The 40th session of the Senate and the third regular session of the 18th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy Binay will lead the chamber in prayer.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and needy. Proverbs 31, verses 8 to 9. Almighty Father, we thank you for each day, which is another chance for us to persevere in our efforts to become vessels of love, hope, and truth for others. Father, as we bid farewell to some members of this hall, and as we welcome the nation's new leaders, may we all be reminded to put the needs of others before ours, to value the welfare of others, especially those who are most in need. Guide our hearts, minds, and hands so that we may go about our duties as stewards according to your word. Lord, we lift up to you our nation's faith and trust that you will not lead us astray. All this we ask in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. The secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara,
Present.
Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano,
Present.
Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon,
Present.
Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Present.
Senator Gordon,
Present.
Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid,
Present.
Senator Marcos, present. Senator Pacquiao,
Present. Present.
Senator Pangilinan,
Present.
Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr.,
Present.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III is present.
Twelve and 13 and with 13 senators physically present and 8 senators virtually present for a total of 21, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the deferred approval of the journal, the 39th session, Monday, May 23, 2022, as it's still being finalized.
All right. Hearing no objection, the reading of the journal is deferred.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Secretary will proceed with the reference of business.
Reference of business. Message from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 23 May 2022, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 10709, an act converting the Hibao-an Elementary School in Barangay Hibao-an Sur, Mandurriao District, Iloilo City into an integrated school to be known as the Hibao-an Integrated School and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Number 10710, an act separating the Vitali National High School Sinoropan Annex in Barangay Licomo, Zamboanga City from the Vitali National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as Sinoropan National High School and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Number 10711, an act establishing a national high school in Barangay Mabca, Municipality of Sagnay, Province of Camarines Sur, to be known as the Mabca National High School and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Number 10712, an act designating the Central Luzon State University in the Science City of Muñoz, Province of Nueva Ecija, as the Research and Development Regional Zone of Central Luzon, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 4067, entitled An Act to convert the Central Luzon Agricultural College into the Central Luzon State University, and authorizing the appropriation of additional funds therefore.
To the Committees on Higher Education and Finance.
House Number 10713, an act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipality of Paway in the province of Ilocos Norte, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as the Paway Lake Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Environment and Finance.
House Number 10714, an act declaring a parcel of land located in the city of Gapan and municipality of General Triño in the province of Nueva Ecija, a protected area with category protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as the Minalungao Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Environment and Finance.
House Number 10716, an act establishing the municipality of San Miguel, province of Zamboanga del Sur, a separate schools division office for the second district of Zamboanga del Sur to be known as the Zamboanga del Sur Schools Division Office 2 and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Bill Number 10720, an act establishing a sports academy in the municipality of Dimasalang, province of Masbate, to be known as Masbate Sports Academy and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Number 10724, an act converting the Nabitasan Elementary School in Barangay Nabitasan, La Paz District, Iloilo City into an integrated school to be known as the Nabitasan Integrated School and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Number 10726, an act converting the Kamalig Bypass Road in the municipality of Kamalig, province of Albay into a national road and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Public Works and Finance.
House Number 10727, an act converting the road stretching from the Comun Inarado junction of the barangays of Comun, Fotmon, and the Rosario in the municipality of Kamalig, and the barangays of Alobo, Burgos, and Bascaran in the municipality of Daraga, all in the province of Albay, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Public Works and Finance.
And House Number 10728, an act converting the road stretching from Comun Inarado junction of the barangays of Tagaytay, Bariu, Palanog, and Mauraro in the municipality of Kamalig, province of Albay, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Public Works and Finance.
Bill on first reading, Senate Number 2523, an act amending Republic Act Number 10121, otherwise known as the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act of 2010, and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on National Defense and Finance.
Resolutions. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 19, concurrent resolution approving the sale, transfer, or assignment of the controlling interest in Philippine Collective Media Corporation to Golden Peregrine Holdings, Inc., introduced by Senator Zubiri.
To the Committee on Rules.
PS Resolution Number 1006, resolution urging the Senate Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the Philippine Social Security System's reported massive net losses on its 2021 unaudited financial statements and the effect on its financial viability, introduced by Senator Tolentino.
To the Committee on Government Corporation.
PS Resolution Number 1007, resolution congratulating and commending the entire Philippine delegation on their outstanding performance for the 2021 Southeast Asian Games or the 31st SEA Games held on from May 12 to 22, 2022 in Hanoi, Vietnam, introduced by Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
PS Resolution Number 1008, resolution commending and congratulating the Philippine delegation to the 31st Southeast Asian Games, SEA Games, held in Hanoi, Vietnam, from May 12 to 23, 2022, for ably representing the nation and bringing honor and pride to the country, introduced by Senator Revilla Jr.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee Report Number 646, submitted by the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, investigation in aid of legislation on the rising number of missing persons allegedly involved in Sabong and East Sabong related incidents residents based on news reports, recommending the adoption of the recommendations and their immediate implementation. Sponsor, Senator De La Rosa.
To the calendar for ordinary business. There is an additional reference to business.
Additional reference of business, message from the House of Representatives, letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 26 May 2022, it adopted House Concurrent Resolution number 27 entitled Concurrent Resolution Approving the Sale, Transfer, Assignment of the Controlling Interest in Philippine Collective Media Corporation to Golden Peregrine Holdings, Inc., in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I believe we have several bills on third reading, 4 bills actually. And if we have the numbers right now online, together with our colleagues on the floor,
Yes, we do.
I move that we proceed with voting on third reading. Mr. President, for the record, all the bills were electronically distributed to the senators May 23, 2022. I'd like to ask the Secretary and, of course, permission of the body that we move to approve on third reading rather, Senate Bill number 2501.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
Senate Bill number 2501, an act penalizing willful and indiscriminate discharge of firearms, amending for the purpose Act number 3815 as amended, otherwise known as the Revised Penal Code. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara.
Yes.
Senator Binay. Senator Cayetano.
Yes.
Senator De Lima. Senator De La Rosa. Senator Drilon.
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian. Senator Go.
Yes.
Senator Gordon.
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros. Senator Lacson. Senator Lapid.
Yes.
Senator Marcos. Senator Pacquiao.
Yes.
Senator Pangilinan.
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III. Senator Poe. Senator Recto.
Yes, no.
Yes. Senator Revilla Jr. Senator Tolentino. Senator Villanueva. Senator Villar. Senator Zubiri.
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, Senate Bill 2501 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Proceeding to the next item.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Yes, sorry.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Short explanation of my vote, Mr. President. We are not strangers to the incidents that gave rise to the need for this measure. We have heard too many stories of mothers, fathers, and children expressing their sorrows and weeping for their family members who became victims of indiscriminate use of firearms. Sawa na tayo sa mga balitang ganito. I said it before, and I will say it again. As a gun safety advocate, I condemn every senseless incident of injuries and loss of innocent lives because of reckless, careless, and negligent use and handling of firearms. Mr. President, I am grateful for everyone in this august body who have seen the significance of this measure, a measure that protects and gives importance to the lives of every Filipino. Mr. President, on behalf of the Filipinos who believe in a peaceful Philippines, I thank this august body. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
All right, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading Senate Bill number 2503.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary will read title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
Mr. President, may I request to be considered as co-author of this important measure yung kanina po.
All right, we'll place that on record.
President, I was also raising my hand to manifest the same.
Senator Cayetano? Yes.
Yes, I was also raising my hand to make manifestation that I made the co-author.
All right.
Mr.
we will
President, so
place
what's
that.
this representation? Thank you.
So with Senator Villanueva, okay. Go ahead now, Secretary. 2503.
Senate Bill number 2503, an act declaring August 12 of every year as National Youth Day. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara.
Yes.
Senator Binay. Senator Cayetano.
Yes.
Senator De Lima. Senator De La Rosa. Senator Drilon.
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian. Senator Go.
Yes.
Senator Gordon.
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros. Senator Lacson. Senator Lapid. Senator Marcos. Senator Pacquiao.
Yes.
Senator Pangilinan.
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III. Senator Poe. Senator Recto. Yes. Senator Revilla Jr. Senator Tolentino. Senator Villanueva. Senator Villar. Senator Zubiri. Senate President Soto III.
Yes. 21. With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, Senate Bill 2503 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President,
Senator Pangilinan is recognized.
thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the sponsor and the author, may I be allowed to be co-author of this measure, Mr. President?
Mr. President, there's a request from our colleagues if we can all be made co-authors of the
All right,
measure as well.
we'll place that on record.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, before I move that we take up House Bill number 7575 for third reading. Our distinguished colleague, Senator Richard Gordon, would like to be made also a co-author, co-sponsor of this measure, rather. I move that we approve this on third reading, Mr. President.
7575.
Yes, sir.
All right, hearing no objection, the Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 7575, an act establishing the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport, Province of Bulacan, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara.
Yes.
Senator Binay. Senator Cayetano.
Yes.
Senator De Lima. Senator De La Rosa. Senator Drilon.
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian. Senator Go.
Yes.
Senator Gordon.
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros. Senator Lacson. Senator Lapid.
Yes.
Senator Marcos. Senator Pacquiao.
Yes.
Senator Pangilinan.
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III. Senator Poe. Senator Recto. Senator Revilla Jr. Senator Tolentino. Senator Villanueva. Senator Villar. Senator Zubiri. Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 7575 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President,
Senator Richard Gordon is recognized.
I have a short manifestation in support of this and in sponsorship of this measure. May I be allowed to read it very shortly, Mr. President?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If I'm recognized, magandang araw po sa ating lahat. I'm honored to be given the opportunity to speak on this economy-changing piece of legislation, House Bill number 7575, or the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport Act. Bulacan is an unparalleled position in Philippine and world history. It is the birthplace of the first constitutional democracy in Asia. It is a land of heroes with its historic and modern leaders and constituents known all over the Philippines as enterprising, industrious, and patriotic. Bulacan's riches and heritage should be accompanied by the richness of its economy, its energy, and most importantly, its people. The Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport will be a boon not only to Bulacan residents but also to the Central Luzon region and the Philippines at large. Let us remember that we are still rising from the COVID-19 pandemic. Kailangan ng tambayan ng trabaho. It is important. Pre-pandemic, it is now more important as we Filipinos navigate to our post-pandemic Philippines. Senate and the House of Representatives have been far-sighted when they helped me pass my RICH bill or Regional Infrastructure and Investment Coordination Hub of Luzon. I found it unfortunate that it is vetoed by the President, but always thought it empowering that the Senate and House of Representatives knew integrating existing infrastructure and investments in the Central Luzon region, of which Bulacan Province belongs, would unleash the existing economic energies of the area, undoubtedly attract more sustainable investment, both domestic and foreign, than just Metro Manila, and brings up much needed economic relief and hope to the Philippines. As I said during PESA's 27th anniversary on 17 March, where PESA was all too kind and recognized me as a recipient of the Gawad Philippines Partnership Excellence Award. At this point in our country's history, with the prevailing oil price increases, with the pandemic still staring deep into our eyes and our hearts, with more reason, more incentives will be needed. So I'm very pleased this House Bill number 7575 of the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport Act is able to continue the provision, spirit, and the vision of the RICH Bill and other bills that espouse a progressive economic vision for our beloved country, the Philippines. In this regard, I've already manifested that I be a co-author and co-sponsor of the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone, and I thank the majority floor leader for manifesting that earlier. Truly, it will further bolster Bulacan's economic powerhouse, Wonico, as the northern gateway from Manila. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay ang Bulacan, mabuhay ang Pilipinas. God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to our dear colleague from Zambales. Mr. President, I move that we approve as well third reading House Bill number 9852.
Hearing no objection, the Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 9852, an act institutionalizing the conduct of summer youth camp in every barangay and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara. Senator Binay. Senator Cayetano.
Yes.
Senator De Lima. Senator De La Rosa. Senator Drilon.
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian. Senator Go.
Yes.
Senator Gordon.
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros. Senator Lacson. Senator Lapid.
Yes.
Senator Marcos. Senator Pacquiao.
Yes.
Senator Pangilinan.
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III. Senator Poe. Senator Recto. Senator Revilla Jr. Senator Tolentino. Senator Villanueva. Senator Villar. Senator Zubiri. Senate President Soto III.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 9852 is approved in third reading.
Mr. President, our members would like to be, the members in the plenary and I guess also online would like to be made co-authors of this measure.
All right,
Senator Gordon's raising his
pardon?
hand.
I joined that call, Mr. President.
Senator Gordon,
Co-author and sponsor this measure.
co-sponsor.
Co-sponsor rather.
Yes,
Co-sponsor.
all the members are made co-sponsors of the House Bill.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, moving forward,
Before
yeah,
you
yeah.
proceed, may we ask the Committee on Rules to look into the possibility of suspending our resolution on the virtual attendance?
Yes, Mr. President, we can take it up
Baka
today.
masama manahin ng susunod na Congress.
Actually, Mr. President, actually, Mr. President, yung mga anak ko nag-face to face na kasi. Kung yung anak ko nag-face to face na, siguro pwede na rin tayo mag-face to face. So, if the body wishes to do so with the permission of the body, we can recall the resolution. And if there is a need, if there is again a pandemic or the numbers of COVID go higher, we can always move to reinstall or to responsor the said resolution, Mr. President.
May I, Mr. President, may I
Yes, Senator Cayetano, recognize. Go ahead.
Yeah. May I suggest, in the next Congress, if I remember correctly, the next Congress has to adopt the new set of Senate rules. Is that correct? Every Congress we start and we adopt again.
No, we have
Not necessarily.
Okay.
No,
We have
unless you are
ongoing
going to
rules, yeah.
amend, because the rules have been published. Eh.
Okay. So
Can
if
you
that's
give me
the
that
case-
particular, no? Can I
So-
have that particular provision?
So while we're pulling out that particular provision, if I may suggest, if the idea is to recall the resolution, perhaps we could leave it to the Senate President to put it in place right away, because we really don't know, the pandemic hit us without warning that the average person could see. So I just don't want to be, just don't want to find ourselves in a position where there has to be another lengthy discussion before it can be put into place, if necessary. We have to respond quickly. That's all I'm saying. Whatever way you feel that we can respond quickly and put it into place when needed. Because we never know if something happens on June 30, and when we resume in July, what if we're in a bad place? We just don't know. That's all I'm saying, Mr. President.
Yeah, what we can do, Mr. President, we can table the resolution, and you can make a ruling that starting Monday, we will no longer be doing hybrid and do face-to-face, in-person session.
Yes, that is the reason that I am forwarding the proposal to the Committee on Rules.
Yes.
Perhaps you.
The body, there's no objection, Mr. President, we have no problems.
Mm-mm.
Because the body plenary action takes precedence. So, okay, moving forward, so if you.
Let me just read that
Okay,
into the
Mr.
records para lang ano. So that what will happen is that anytime in the 19th Congress or in this Congress, which we have only 3 days left, you can pull it out anytime. Because based on our rules, Rule 11, meetings and reports of the committee, in the second paragraph, the committee may conduct meetings or hearings through teleconference, video conference, or other reliable forms of remote or electronic means using appropriate information and communications technology systems due to force majeure or occurrence of an emergency as determined by the majority of all the members of the Senate, which may prevent the senators from physically attending a meeting. In other words, we made use of this particular rule because there was an emergency. But there is no longer an emergency. The worst is alert level 1.
Yes,
So we have to show the people that we are working.
yes. Actually, as I said, the classes, schools, Mr. President, will start face-to-face classes on June.
Face-to-face na eh. Bakit yung mga senador hindi face-to-face? Di ba? Baka sabihin nilang ganon. So that's the reason I wanted you, the Committee on Rules, to
Yeah.
study that.
Actually, we don't need to study, Mr. President. You can make a ruling right now and say on Monday, we'll no longer have hybrid sessions.
All right. If there is no objection, then we will have no hybrid on Monday.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much, Mr.
You may
President.
proceed now.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, on the second item on the agenda for amendments, the sponsor is not available, so I'll have to skip this until I get permission from the sponsor to be able to take up the measure. Moving towards the period of interpellations, Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 10554. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
May we recognize, the sponsor is Senator Grace Poe, but of course, with due respect to her, she's burying her mother today. And we give our deepest condolences, sincerest condolences to the family. To sponsor on her behalf is the distinguished gentleman from Batangas, Senator Ralph Recto.
Yeah.
May we recognize Senator Ralph Recto, and to interpolate is Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Senator Ralph Recto, the President Pro Temp, is the co-sponsor of the measure, and to interpolate Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Good afternoon, Mr. Senate President, Majority Leader. We are ready to continue to sponsor the measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And will the good sponsor answer a few questions?
willingly to the very able chairman of the Committee on Energy, my good friend, Senator Gatchalian.
Thank you to my good friend and the sponsor of the bill. I'll go with the well, again, just as an opening statement, I commend the good sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, for looking for solutions to improve services to our member consumer owners and lower down electricity rates. I'm one with her in looking for solutions to improve services in the countryside, especially areas where electricity services is urgently needed. And I'm with her also in looking for different laws, different proposals to give the best possible service to our consumers. Like I said during the more interpellation, this type of proposals on its face value seems to be quite straightforward, but there are a lot of unintended consequences that we need to discuss and find ways to mitigate those unintended consequences. With that, Mr. President, I'll go to the basics first, Mr. President, and it's good to understand where the affected electric co-op is coming from and what's the performance of the electric co-op. So I'll start off with some basic questions on the overall performance evaluation of or overall performance of Nordeco. What is the current overall performance assessment of Nordeco?
Mr. President, based on the information provided to me by the committee, the overall performance of Nordeco is very dismal. In fact, their systems loss is almost 19%. Whereas the proposal of the committee for DLPC to take over some of the part of the franchise area, systems loss is only 5%. Nordeco has not submitted to ERC the other performance standards. With regard to interruption frequency, they've not submitted their numbers.
It's still above, no?
If I compare that to DLPC, it's about 4.4 times per year only. In terms of interruption, average interruption duration index, Nordeco has not submitted any. As far as DLPC is concerned, it's 316 minutes out of 525,600 minutes in 1 year. In terms of rural electrification, DLPC has 99% and Nordeco is 63%. I can go on and on, Mr. President, no? According to the ERC also, Nordeco is parang class C, if I'm not mistaken, which is one notch from Bagsak or ailing electric cooperative, Mr. President.
Yeah.
And that is why there is a clamor among the business community in Davao del Norte, among the representatives, among the local government officials, among all the mayors and the governor to move their franchise area from Nordeco to DLPC. Not to mention that DLPC offers electricity rates at roughly 3 pesos cheaper or 25%
Yeah.
cheaper.
Talaga naman. Napekang mura.
Presidential, 9
Mura talaga, Mr. President.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, admittedly, and I also concur with the good sponsor that Nordeco is far from being perfect. It's also far from the performance of the 3 Ilecos in Iloilo. And I concur also with a good sponsor that the performance in terms of system loss is far from the standard. I believe that the good sponsor quoted 18%. What year is that? This
This
good
is
sponsor.
in front of me is a 2018 annual report.
Yeah. Well, it's on the latest system loss percentage. It's about 14.9%. That's in 2001.
But-
Even though it went down, although it's still above the standard of 10.25% for electric cooperative. So, in other words, Mr. President, good sponsor, that the system loss alone is above standards. It's causing the consumers more because it's above standard. And I also
Yes,
I
yes,
also
correct.
yeah, I also concur that the classification of because of this high system loss and other dismal um, uh, uh, dismal numbers of Nordeco, it's classified as yellow 2, which is a rank higher than the lowest rank, meaning it's second to the lowest, Mr. President. In terms of category, it improved, Mr. President. I think the good sponsor quoted a 2018 number of category C. It went up by one notch, category B, but it's still far from a triple A rating, which is 3 notches away. So, Mr. President, yes, I concur looking at the numbers provided by NEA. That Nordeco is far from being a green and a triple A electric co-op, Mr. President. And in terms of yes, go ahead.
If I may, Mr. President, I just wanted to put on record,
Retail rates.
if our electric cooperative in Batangas had this type of numbers, we would also kick them out, Mr. President.
Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
sure that the gentleman from Venezuela would do the same too, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. If I agree, and especially the rates, Mr. President, if the difference is almost 3 pesos, Mr. President, and that's quite a disappointing number. And the good sponsor and I have worked in many legislation to lower down electricity rates. One of which is the sponsors Murang Kuryente Act, in which we managed to lower down electricity rates by about 90 centavos per kilowatt hour. So even though we reduce it by 90 centavos, but if it's 3 pesos more expensive, it's still 2 pesos more expensive. So, and you're correct, Mr. President.
In addition to that, just one more item, Mr. President. I just looked at the financial statements also of Davao del Norte Electric Cooperative, and apparently they're losing money as far as operating margins are concerned. So their
Yes, Mr.
operations may not seem to be sustainable too, Mr. President.
Yeah, that's true.
Negative.
Yeah, Mr. President, I saw that in the NEA report where their financial operation is negative 313 million pesos, Mr. President. So moving forward, it's very difficult to sustain this operation, Mr. President. It's going to eat up in its working capital, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, admittedly, this electric co-op is not performing up to par. And I also read the transcript, and it seems to me that a lot of the locals, the LGUs, even the business groups, are clamoring to get a utility that will give them the best service, especially lower down electricity rates, Mr. President. But having said that, Mr. President, we also need to look at the unintended consequences, like I mentioned earlier, because in this particular proposal, it will take over Davao del Norte alone, no? And it will leave Davao de Oro in its original area, Mr. President. And Mr. President, that's also the concern of the local government of Davao de Oro. I managed to talk to Governor Tyron Uy, and in fact, that's his concern that Davao de Oro electricity rates will go up if they will be left behind. So, Mr. President, I just want to ask if the good sponsor have taken a look at the impact of electricity rates
Yes.
in those areas that will be left behind, Mr. President?
Yes. In fact, it is possible that the rates in Davao de Oro will double
Yes, Mr. President, that's correct.
if they are left behind. And the solution to that, the best solution is that we provide DL to include in the franchise of DLPC, if I had my way, Davao de Oro. Okay, that would be the best solution.
Mr. President, will the DLPC be amenable to that? Because that was never discussed during the hearing, Mr. President.
No, the
Are they
reason
ready?
why that, yes, yes.
Are
The
they
reason
ready to
why
take over?
I think they're ready, but the issue is during the hearing in the Senate, Davao de Oro did not want to be part of the franchise area of the LPC. They wanted to continue to be under Nordeco.
Well, Mr. President, when I read the transcript and I also talked to Governor Uy, their hesitation stemmed from being not invited during the House hearing, and because they were not invited during the House hearing, they were not able to echo their concerns and look at the technicals, Mr. President. For example, increase in rates and all of that. So, Mr. President, I think it's really their hesitation stems from the possibility of the increase in rates, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I think if Davao de Oro will be assured that rates will also be lower and services will also improve, I don't think they will hesitate to probably hesitate to join in the new franchise area, Mr. President.
Yes, as I said, and we had discussion also yesterday or the other day, with regard to the more franchise. In addition to that, there is also another plan B. Assuming that Davao de Oro wants to continue to be under Nordeco, then Nordeco can always, what do you call this, renegotiate their PSA. That is plan B. Because if I were the electricity generator or power generator of Nordeco, I would renegotiate also with the electric cooperative, because surely 20 pesos is not sustainable, di ba?
Correct, Mr. President.
Yes.
The renegotiation move is quite uncertain, Mr. President. I know that renegotiating PSAs is not as easy as what it seems, especially if there are penalty clauses, Mr. President. They can certainly try, but getting somewhere will be a big challenge, Mr. President.
No, I agree totally. Like I said, that's why it's plan B. Okay, but that is the responsibility of the electric cooperative, because they were the ones who negotiated this with the power generation companies.
Mr. President,
and possibly when they negotiated this, wala pa yung tawag dito, yung competitive selection process.
Correct, Mr. President.
And remember, Mindanao has 1,000 megawatts of surplus. Okay?
Yes, Mr. President.
And that's why we put also in the bill, my understanding is that's why there's a 2-year transition period.
Sa 23, tapos yung sa permission fee, namin.
Yeah. Mr. President, I would like to explore that first proposal of including Davao de Oro. I believe that the concern and the hesitation of Davao de Oro LGU is because of possible increase in rates. But if the rates will be lower and the services will improve, I don't think they will be against including in the new franchise area, Mr. President. But I just want to explore that possibility, Mr. President, insofar as electrification is concerned, Mr. President. What is the electrification rate of Davao de Oro right now, Mr. President?
So it would be the same, the price that they're paying. My understanding is it's, what, 13 pesos?
No,
13.30, Nordeco.
no, the number of households electrified in Davao de Oro, Mr. President.
Okay. In total number of customers of the entire franchise area
In Nordeco na lang.
of Nordeco is about 201,000 customers.
How many
Uh,
percent?
And then if we,
Pero yung Davao de Oro dito. Davao de Oro lang.
yeah, the entire is 201,000 for Nordeco, and Davao de Oro would be half of that, more or less. 102,000 will remain. So halos kalahati in terms of customers.
But in terms of electrifying Davao de Oro, how many homes have been electrified and how many homes have not been electrified?
What I have here is that 66% lang eh, di ba? If I'm not mistaken, it's about 63, 66%. Yes.
9% yung average. Davao del Norte.
Oo, de Oro. De Oro lang. Meron tayo. Yeah. If it's 60%, assuming, Mr. President, that the entire franchise area of Nordeco only has 60% electrification rate, meaning that 40% is still not electrified.
They're about 60 to 65%. Yes,
Yeah.
they're about. Yes.
Assuming 40% are still without electricity, DLPC will have to electrify on its own, no? The 40%, Mr. President.
That is correct.
Correct. That means they will have to invest their own capital as opposed to subsidies from government. Is that correct, Mr. President?
And that's the beauty of having the private sector, Mr. President.
59% from, meron tayo sir.
It will not come from
Davao de Oro.
money, but from equity.
But
Private. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. President, is DLPC ready to electrify the entire Davao de Oro? And does the sponsor know how much will it need to electrify 100% of
Yes, they
Davao
are
de
ready.
Oro?
Yes, they are ready, Mr. President. The cost, I do not have that number today, but yes, they are ready.
Okay, Mr. President. And are they committed to, because I know that during the hearing that they've committed to, of course, electrify the entire Davao del Norte. But if the Senate will include Davao de Oro, are they ready to electrify Davao de Oro as well, Mr. President?
Yes, they will be ready, Mr. President.
70%. Davao de Oro, so 70.78. Davao.
In our latest data, Mr. President, the electrification rate in Davao de Oro is 70%. So about 30% of the households there are still without electricity, Mr. President.
That is correct.
And they're ready to infuse private capital to complete the remaining 30% unelectrified homes.
That is correct. Not only, but also to improve services, Mr. President.
Right. Mr. President, earlier the solution that was proposed is for Davao de Oro, for Nordeco, for DLPC to take over Davao de Oro province as well. What will happen to the remaining debts? First, how much debt does Nordeco have right now that it needs to settle, Mr. President?
Davao del Norte, based on the financial statement I have in front of me, has liabilities of 4.9 billion.
Nordeco yun. 1.5 billion.
What can we know the year, Mr. President? Because I have a different number right now.
Yeah, I heard your stuff, 1.5 billion.
Yeah.
Non-current liabilities, 2,388 billion. December 31, 2020, current liabilities of 2.5 billion.
Right.
So a total of roughly about 4.9 billion.
4.9 billion, Mr.
That's
President.
correct. That's
So,
correct.
Mr. President, well, we have a lower number, about 1.5 billion. But
I
Mr.
read that somewhere, but this is the financial statement, Mr. President.
Yeah. Mr. President, this 4.9, how will Nordeco settle it in an event that
The total
PLPC will-
assets, the total assets of Nordeco is 6.7 billion. Okay, so it could sell these assets and pay for the liabilities, so on and so forth, Mr. President. And of course, the Davao Light and Power would have eminent domain, and I'm sure that they will negotiate also with Davao del Norte Electric Cooperative to purchase some of these assets, which will be used by the electric cooperative to pay down its liabilities, Mr. President.
How about the so Mr. President, in your computation, the assets are enough to pay off the liabilities, Mr. President?
Yes, based on the financial statement of the electric cooperative.
Okay. You have a much more conservative number at 4.9 because in our computation it's only 1.5, but I think these are only GenCos or selected suppliers, Mr. President. So we'll take the 4.9 billion as the total liabilities minus 6 billion in terms of assets. So the assets is enough to cover
The
the
assets
liabilities.
is 6.791 billion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we go to the PSAs because I just want to cover everything, Mr. President. No? I just want to make sure that we cover the important aspects of a potential Davao de Oro takeover. How many PSAs are outstanding, and what will we do with the PSAs, Mr. President, in an event that ELPC will take over the entire Davao de Oro?
We do not have the number of PSA contracts, Mr. President. But if Davao, what do you call this? The electric cooperative closes down, or they will still be operating. May transition period naman to eh. But if they close down, di mawawala yung that will be the problem of the GenCo, Mr. President.
But Mr. President, will there be a scenario wherein the member consumer owners will have to settle the PSAs, Mr. President, the outstanding PSAs? Because as you know, PSAs will have penalty clauses, will have pretermination penalties. Who will now bear this cost, Mr. President?
I do not believe that it is the consumers. It is the electric cooperative that will have a problem.
But the electric cooperative is owned by the consumers, Mr. President. So
Theoretically, but essentially, it is taxpayers' money that was used to put up the electric cooperative in the first place.
yes, Mr. President, that's correct also. But what is the effect of? I just want to know
At saka hindi kasalanan ng electric cooperative. The regulator is ERC. I mean, hindi kasalanan ng consumer. The regulator is the ERC.
So the scenario where it will be the electric co-ops will they don't have any capability to pay anymore, Mr. President, if it's
Yeah.
going to be taken over. So how will they? I'm just trying
Even
to.
ako, my personal opinion is this. It would appear to me, based on the financial statements and the operations of this electric cooperative, sooner or later, babagsak din to, regardless kung may mag-take over o hindi. Hindi rin mababayaran yung PSA nila. Di ba? So regardless of this bill, as I mentioned earlier, which you confirmed that the electric cooperative has operating margin losses. So it's sustainable, regardless of this bill.
That's true, Mr. President. But
Solving the problem of the consumers. Right? Now, from what I know, in 2 years' time, you will also have the Transco or the NGCP to connect Visayas to Mindanao. Then you've already have the Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao grid. So magkaka-WESM na rin in the future sa Mindanao. So the GenCos can now sell in WESM kung may kulang sa supply sa Luzon at sa Visayas. Diba? So the GenCo, I would assume that the electric cooperative would have a PSA with in Mindanao. So eventually that will solve the problem of the GenCo as well.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I just want to show and put on record some of our findings, Mr. President, when we were conducting due diligence on the PSA. Apparently, there's a termination fee in the PSAs, and there are about 6 live PSAs of Nordeco. And based on our information and due diligence, if you compute the termination fee, it's about 17.2 billion pesos, Mr. President. And it's a significant amount. But I just want to get the opinion of the good sponsor on how the 17.2 billion will be settled. I don't know if it will be settled through
In the first
asset
place,
sales.
Yeah. In the first place, Mr. President, this only shows how inept the electric cooperative is to agree to this termination fee, if this is correct. Ayan ba, itong termination fee, dumaan sa ERC rin.
Yeah.
Di ba?
Yeah. Well, apparently, all of this dadaan to sa ERC, Mr. President.
Yes. So the point is, it is the responsibility of the electric cooperative. Di ba? And who made this? It is what? The board, the management, but not the consumers. In fact, the consumers are paying 25-30% more. Okay? So, ang mangyayari dito, hindi mababayaran yan. Di ba? So, it's not going to be the electric cooperative will not have the money to pay for this anyway.
Yes, Mr. President, it seems like even at its present state,
Correct.
it's very difficult for
And
them to.
this amount, not necessarily are the losses also of the generating companies. Termination fee lang to eh. Di ba?
Yes, termination fee lang to, Mr. President.
Oo. So, hindi naman loss din yan as far as the generating companies are concerned. No?
Yeah, but Mr. President, this is part of my concern on how to settle if ever Nordeco will cease operation. This 17 billion will have to be paid for because it's a pre-termination fee. So I'm just that's one of my concerns on who will be settling this 17 billion.
Yes, I understand the concern of the gentleman, but I'm not so much concerned about that because in the first place, wala namang perang ganyan yung electric cooperative to be able to pay them.
Yeah.
They won't be able to pay any of this amount, I suppose.
Yeah. All right, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just want to move on to another topic on the task force because I understand. I looked at the history of this electric co-op. I understand that in 2012, there was this big dispute among the board members, and there were 2 board members that were created, the NECO NEA and the NECO CDA. And apparently this dispute led to the deterioration of the operations of the defunct NECO, Mr. President. And I also heard that there were lives lost because of the dispute. Apparently, some workers or some employees of the defunct NECO killed because of all of this dispute happening. But the worst part is services deteriorated, and the numbers will show. Losses were being incurred by the electric co-ops. System loss went up. The classification and category went down. And in 2000, I understand in 2017, NEA created a task force, Mr. President, to precisely to rehabilitate this electric co-op, Mr. President. May I know some updates on what the task force have done, and in the opinion of the good sponsor, have the task force been effective in terms of rehabilitating this electric co-op?
I suppose there have been improvements, Mr. President, but like I said, based on the financial statement, they're still operating at a loss.
Okay.
And services may have improved, but they're still very dismal, Mr. President.
All right.
Kumbaga, 75 yung passing rate.
Right.
Diba?
Mr. President, do you think that the task force should be given some time to further improve operations? And
According to the consumers, they don't want the NECO anymore. They want the LPC to be their service provider and the business community. And power is the most important. Kung walang power, walang tubig din. Diba?
thank you, Mr.
So
Yeah.
with DLPC operating in this franchise area, there will be more confidence for business to invest.
Yeah.
And clearly the rates will go down. Service will dramatically improve. Of course, not overnight, and that's why there's a transition period in the bill of about 2 years.
So, Mr. President, I'll go to that, Mr. President. It's a good segue to talk about the LPC's plans, Mr. President. And the goal of this bill is to allow Davao Light to operate in Davao del Norte, and there's a proposal to expand it. How long can the LPC rehabilitate Nordeco or rehabilitate Davao del Norte, improve services, lower down electricity rates, possibly improve the cash flow of improve customer services, meaning lower down system loss, lower down electricity rates, and also expand into the areas which do not have electricity yet. How long will Davao Light need in order to improve services, Mr. President?
Anywhere from 2 to 5 years. Now, let me put on record, Mr. President, total assets of Davao Light and Power is about 21.3 billion, roughly. Okay. Their income before income tax is 1.7 billion. The advantage of having the private sector nga pala is that they pay income taxes. Last year, they paid 380 million. The electric cooperative does not pay any taxes. So the private sector pays income taxes, has lower rates, better services, and still profitable, and pays income taxes, as I mentioned. So here, it will be of their interest also because there will be growth. No? And they're betting on the future of the area as well. No? So according to them, it will take about 2 to 5 years, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. So we'll see dramatic improvement within 2 to 5 years in the province of Davao del Norte and possibly Davao de Oro, Mr. President. Is that correct, Mr. President?
That is correct.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll have another question on that. How much investment will they pour in order to improve services, Mr. President? Ano?
Easily at least 500 M.
This is only for Davao del Norte, Mr. President.
That is correct. That's the original plan because
Yeah.
originally it's just Davao del Norte. But now, with your representation, it would appear that papayag na yung Davao de Oro, as you mentioned earlier, right?
So roughly about if Davao de Oro will be included, about 1 billion, more or less, no? Just to
I suppose so, more or less, yeah.
yeah. Mr. President, I'll go to the transition process, Mr. President. How does the sponsor envision the transition process from Davao Light, from Nordeco to Davao Light, Mr. President?
My understanding is that Davao or the electric cooperative will continue to operate. Then, of course, there will be negotiations with for a 2-year period. There will be negotiations with the Davao Light and Power Company with regard to the possibility of purchasing, some of its assets, There's on page 2 of the bill. There is a section on transition of operations, and it is there, Mr. President.
Correct, Mr. President. So will the transition include expropriating the assets of Nordeco, Mr. President, in order for DLPC to operate the assets?
That is correct. That is a possibility. First, they will negotiate. Okay? Failing that, then they can expropriate.
Hmm.
Now, I understand that there's a procedure for that with NEA. Yeah, with the court for the expropriation and of course, ERC will play a major role in so far as determining the price of the assets.
How long is that, Mr. President? How long will it take, Mr. President?
In the bill, it's 2 years.
It's 2 years,
Longer
Mr. President.
than 2 years. Yeah.
All right, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have a observation here that I want to pick on the good sponsors opinion. In the more franchise, it's a different model compared to this, no? And I think in the more franchise, I heard the good sponsor last Monday that it's a competition concept, no?
That's
In
correct.
which two utilities will operate in the same jurisdiction. I personally feel that it will create uncertainty both on the part of the electric co-ops and the consumers. But my question actually is, how come
Well,
this
okay.
concept? How
Yes.
come this concept is different, Mr. President? How come it's not a competition concept, but it's a expropriation or a
Good question.
takeover concept?
Good question. Well, in the first place, Nordeco, this electric cooperative, is poorly run. The one in Iloilo is much better operated. Okay, and we discussed that on last Monday. So there's competition in Iloilo. Okay, and it's a good thing we're going to try it out for the first time. Okay, in this here naman sa Davao Light, masama yung takbo ng electric cooperative. Okay, so ito, I think it will be better for the private sector to take over.
But Mr. President, wouldn't a competition model also work in this? Because naturally, for example, if we give Davao Light, if the franchise will allow Davao Light to coexist in the Nordeco areas, naturally consumers will move to Davao Light. Wouldn't it be better to have that competition concept also in this area?
Ako,
Mr.
I'd rather try to do both. Subukan natin these two concepts. One in Iloilo, maganda yung takbo ng electric cooperative doon. And then, and like I mentioned the last time, no, hindi dapat matakot yung electric cooperative in Iloilo. That more will be competing with them because they're run pretty okay, no? Dito naman sa Nordeco, we know na babagsak din to eventually. So might as well. And Davao Light has been operating for what, 90 years? If I'm not mistaken, 90 years. So they've got all this experience. They're the third biggest private sector distribution utility in the country. As I mentioned, they have assets of roughly 21 billion.
But Mr. President, di ba mas maganda rin na we theoretically that we apply that coexistence/competition concept to Davao Light so that customers will have a choice. And naturally, because the Nordeco is not performing well, naturally consumers will move to Davao Light.
I have a different position for this particular franchise area. And like I said, it's better to test both. Because it's the first time that the private sector is entering also an electric cooperative. Okay, the one, especially the one in Iloilo. It's the first time we're going to try that competition. And the magandang competition dyan because the electric cooperative is performing better. Dito no contest eh. Here in Davao del Norte, and as you mentioned earlier, they had two boards. Their power supply agreement seems to be awful. They signed up to what you claim to be, what, 17 billion in
Termination fees.
Termination fees. The consumers in the area want to kick them out. The consumers, I think, in Iloilo want more competition, but not necessarily to kick out the electric cooperatives.
I understand that, Mr. President. But Mr. President, what I'm exploring is if we give Davao Light the privilege to operate at the same time with Nordeco in the same area, wouldn't it be natural for consumers to move to Davao Light?
Yes, that is correct. But the problem is, Nordeco may not want to deal with tatagal lang yung proseso eh. Because Nordeco, remember, may eminent domain din dito yung DLPC. Diba? It will have to buy some of its asset para mas ma-improve immediately yung services to the public. And then they have power of eminent domain also, and they can expropriate.
Well, Mr. President, that's also one concept that we can
So, in effect, what I'm doing here is I'm following what you said no Monday naman. You prefer one public utility. Sige, subukan natin both. One public utility in this area of the country in sa Nordeco, diba? And then let's have that competition. Let's see. It's the first time we're testing this.
Yes, Mr. President. It's the one in Iloilo, Mr. President, is the first time, and although my view on that is different from the good sponsor because it will affect the operations of the three Elecos. But in this particular case, it's also a different case because the existing electric co-ops, admittedly, has a lot of problems, and consumers are not happy with the service, Mr. President. Yeah, and I understand, Mr. President, of the timing, Mr. President.
Yes, that's
I
right.
think, yeah. Well, Mr. President, meron na pa ba? My last question, Mr. President, is on the PSAs, Mr. President. I showed earlier that the pre-termination fees will run to about 17 billion pesos, Mr. President. Is the LPC amenable to taking over the PSAs instead? So that
Why will they do the same mistake? Why will they do that? If I were them, I'd tell them not to. And I'm sure they won't.
that's but Mr.
Pressure to consumers.
What I'm exploring,
That's the beauty. You know, the problem with the electric cooperatives also, Benny, because it's not the first case. You know, we had that experience before also in Batangas. You had two boards. Right? Ang problema niya, dapat every so often may election dapat. Eh, ang problema, wala eh. Ha? And we know that in the past, I've experienced it, I've seen it in Batangas, that there is corruption in the electric cooperative. Diba? So at least in the private sector, it's run more efficiently in that sense. So they hedge also on their PSAs. They won't make the same mistake. So why would Davao Light and Power agree to take over the PSA of the electric cooperative? But that is yun ang unang mali ng electric cooperative also.
Right, Mr. President. Yeah, well, Mr. President, I'm just exploring some avenues so that Nordeco, the electric co-op, will not bear the brunt of that pre-termination fees, and I'm under the understanding that eventually it might be the consumers who will be shouldering those pre-termination fees, Mr. President. So I'm just exploring other avenues wherein we can spare the electric co-ops from heavy liabilities, Mr. President. But I understand, Mr. President, where the good sponsor is coming from.
Yes, I just wanted to put on record again that I don't think, and I'm almost 100% sure that the consumers will not pay for that.
Right.
It had nothing to do with it, Mr. President.
Right. Well, Mr. President, I've exhausted all of my questions, Mr. President, and would like to thank again the good sponsor for enlightening us and also sharing with us the plans and programs of Davao Light and also the sentiments of our kababayans in Davao de Oro, Davao del Norte, and also the business groups there. So once again, thank you very much to the good sponsor for clarifying some of the issues surrounding this proposal. Thank you.
All right, Majority Leader. Oh yes, the Minority Leader, Senator Frank Drilon, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Will the gentleman sponsor yield the floor for a few questions?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, in the course of the responses of the good sponsor to the questions of Senator Wing Gatsalian, he mentioned that among the causes of the high electricity rates and the inefficiencies in the service would be the corruption in the electric cooperatives. Would the gentleman confirm that view earlier mentioned?
Yes, that is correct. But, I cannot say in all the cooperatives, but yes, we've had experience of that in the past. And I'm familiar more or less, yes.
And this is particularly true for the rates charged to the consumers in terms cannot be explained in terms of why it is so high than compared to the other.
It'll take time.
Yes, that's one of the reasons. And it could be a major reason, Mr. President.
You're aware of what is commonly known in the industry as a discharge fee?
Would that be part of the PSA agreement?
Hidden in the PSA agreement.
Hidden in the PSA agreement, yes.
Yes.
I've heard of something like that. I just didn't know what they called it, Mr. President. Yeah.
Sorry?
I've heard of something like that, but I did not know that they called it a discharge fee.
That is what it is called in the industry, I understand. Discharge fee.
Okay.
And I would like to also join the good gentleman in saying that not all cooperatives, but in a number of PSA agreements or power service supply agreements, you'll never know if there is a PSA. And in effect, this is a bribe to the leaders or to the principal or to those running distribution facility, whether in the private sector or in the cooperative.
Correct. And that's why, if I'm not mistaken, today you have this CSP. What do you call
Yes.
CSP? Competitive selection process, yes.
Yes. And
There
how
is now
is
a
that?
bidding. Ah,
Yeah.
in the past, it was just negotiated. Diba? So ngayon, mas may bidding na.
That is why that raises a question as a matter of information. For those with power supply agreements, those who are bound with power supply agreements, can they engage in, can they source their power from through competitive competitive service agreements?
My understanding today is that it should be through a CSP, collective selection process. Hindi na
Okay.
po pwede yung negotiated.
Yes, sir. That should be yes. But what if the electric cooperative is bound by a PSA, which sets a certain cost to to the power being supplied by the generating company? Because
Yeah.
that is precisely, we talk about more, and precisely one of the issues that I had raised against the former franchise holder in Iloilo City is the very expensive power supply agreements that they got themselves bound into. And that is why, as a condition that I placed when my vote was solicited by More Power, is that they should not honor the PSA then existing between Panay Electric and the Genco, because they will no longer be, they are not bound by that. My, insofar as this particular franchise that we're talking about, I would like to know if the franchise holders can avail of the competitive service agreements in the face of the power supply agreements that they're bound under. How
My
will
under-
this work?
yeah.
How will
My
it work? Yeah.
yeah. My understanding is that DLPC, when it operates in this new franchise area, then they will need to have a PSA. They will need additional power, right? Because they have a new franchise area. They will have a CSP. They will do a collective selection process. Magbibidding sila among who can give them the lowest cost.
I can understand.
They
Is
will
the
not
person
honor the PSA agreement of the electric cooperative.
they will, yes, they will not honor the power supply agreement of the electric cooperative if that is
Correct.
yes, I can understand that. Uh, so in that sense, there will be the capacity of the franchise applicant here to lower the rates because they will not be bound by the uh, agreements that were entered into by the existing franchise holder.
That is correct. They will bid out their next PSA to the lowest bidder as far as the power generation is concerned.
Yes. Now, yes, I don't see anything objectionable to that because this is a completely different franchisee, not bound by any PSA with Genco. Uh, However, I am a little bit concerned about the situation where the franchise applicant here is given the power of eminent domain or power to export the existing uh, utilities of the of the cooperative. Why is that a different policy that the good sponsor has uh, emphasized in the case of More, where upon our questions, very clearly the good sponsor said last Monday that More cannot exercise the power of women over the existing electric cooperative.
Because in the case of Moore, we did not amend the franchise area of the electric cooperative. There was, number one, the electric cooperative seemed to be operating pretty well. Moore never requested any also, and that they just wanted to compete with the electric cooperative. Okay. In the case of this bill, there is public clamor for DLPC to come into the area. We are in effect, if Senator Gatchalian will include Davao de Oro later on in the franchise area, well, in this bill, we are amending the franchise area itself of the electric cooperative. Mababawasan yung franchise area nila in this bill.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with whether or not to grant the power of eminent domain to the Davao Light. The increase or decrease in the franchise area would have nothing to do with the power that
There is, for example, if we amend the franchise area, that in effect, the electric cooperative has no area to operate in, but there are assets. Okay? There are assets. Okay? And let's say, so similar to Iloilo City, there used to be a distribution utility. Hindi na-renew yung franchise. Okay? Pumasok yung more. May power of eminent domain siya. Okay? He can now buy the assets or expropriate the assets, right? Okay.
Yes.
So similarly, in this situation, we are in effect amending the franchise area of the electric cooperative. Either totally there is no franchise area to speak of if we include Davao de Oro. If not, there are still assets in Davao del Norte which Davao Light can come into and exercise its power of eminent domain.
Okay. So the power of eminent domain would address what otherwise could be an unjust situation where the cooperative would have assets, but they can no longer operate those assets because the franchise area has been reduced, and therefore the assets are there for power distribution, but they have no area to distribute it because of
That is correct. And at the same time, in this case, the electric cooperative still has liabilities. So pag binayaran ng Davao Light and Power Company yung assets sa electric cooperative, let's say in Davao del Norte, they can use this money to pay down its liabilities.
Okay, I can so that from the way I understand the good sponsor, the standard will be whether or not the expansion of a private utility or a private distribution company to another area would result in the electric cooperatives area being reduced to a point where there is no more franchise area to operate, and therefore there are assets which are there but which cannot be used. So, in effect, however, I'm sorry. So then you grant the franchisee the power of eminent domain.
That is correct. That is correct.
Now, of course, okay. We put it on record so that when the future Congresses would debate on this, at least we know that the distinction of the powers granted to a distributor who seeks to expand the franchise area would not be arbitrary and left to Congress.
Pending ganitong franchise.
Thank you.
Now, what will, okay, sir, a question. There is this, how do you call this? The termination process, how do you call that? The the termination of the power service agreement would give rise to a pre-termination fee. Is that how I got it?
That is what Senator Gatchalian said, Mr. President, that it is supposedly in the PSA contracts of Nordeco or the electric cooperative.
That they are supposed to pay pre-termination fees.
I've not seen those contracts, but that's according to Senator Gatchalian. I assume that our colleague is stating a fact based on what he knows to be the arrangement. Okay. So, in a situation where, in effect, the franchise area of the cooperative disappears because of the act of Congress, as in this case, where the franchise area is reduced to a point where it's no longer profitable to operate. And therefore, in effect, the distribution fee would the electric cooperative. I'm sorry, but you're coming in choppy. I can't hear. Yes.
There is an interference somewhere.
There is interference, yes.
Yeah.
Maybe we can ask, yes.
Yes. I'm a little concerned about this pre-termination fees. All right. From the description of our colleague Senator Gatchalian, the situation is when the electric cooperative terminates the supply agreement, a termination fee. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that's according to, I think that is standard practice. I don't know what the fees are, but I assume that what Senator Gatchalian said is correct.
Suppose it gets to the point, as in this particular case, that because we reduce the franchise of the electric cooperative,
I would assume remaining capacity, remaining capacity.
I'm sorry, Senator Gatchalian, but your mic is on, and yeah. I am just wondering from a legal standpoint, can the situation can result in the present franchise holder, Northern, what is the, Nordeco, being unable to operate in the franchise area? Is that a situation that will come to fore under this setup? Kung mawala po silang franchise area.
Kung mawalan sila ng franchise area, they will not have the ability to pay those termination fees. Bankrupt sila eh. So they will have to file what? You are the corporate lawyer. They will have to file for bankruptcy.
But that's a different issue. Their ability to and their liability for a pre-termination fee.
Yes.
Those are two different issues.
Correct. But nevertheless, the point is the same. Yeah, in the sense that if they have no revenues, then they have to sell their assets to pay whatever liabilities they have. And if the termination fee is part of a liability, I don't know what order of preference that will be.
Yes, but that's the point I'm raising. So it becomes a part of the liability if they can no longer purchase and they can no longer purchase power from the under the power supply agreement. If they are no longer they can no longer purchase because they have no franchise area. They are still liable for the distribution fee? I mean, the pre-termination fee.
I would assume. I would assume, but I am not too familiar with that. But I would assume that that would be a liability. Now, what level of liability? Is it a junior liability, senior liability? I wouldn't know. In what order?
This is not a, I can already foresee, heyday for players, arguing about this, because it becomes impossible for one party, which is the franchise holder. It becomes legally impossible for them to perform their obligations under the contract because of, say, an act of Congress in reducing the franchise area, and therefore they can claim we will no longer pay it because because of the act of Congress, etc., etc. But anyway, I just want to put that on record that it is not a simple legal issue to untangle in case it happens.
Yes.
And you're saying that whether or not the eminent domain power is granted will depend upon the efficiency, in effect, the ability of the electric cooperative to discharge its functions, because it can result in a situation where the area is reduced so that the assets are no longer used for distribution. Why don't we just revoke then the franchise of the electric cooperative?
The committee report, as it stands today, and I will propose the amendment later on, basically is only for Davao del Norte.
Okay.
Senator Gatchalian may propose an individual amendment to include Davao de Oro based on our interpolation earlier. I don't know what Senator Gatchalian will do. But based on our interpolation earlier, he did mention that, yes, it is correct that prices will go up in Davao de Oro. Initially, Davao de Oro did not want to have Davao Light included or to be their service provider, and that Nordeco continue. And that is being respected by Davao Light. And it is in the committee report. Okay? But, like I said, if I were the governor and if I were the mayor and if I'm part of the business community in Davao de Oro, I would want Davao Light and Power to enter my area to provide the service, because electricity rates would go lower by 25 to 30%. Efficiency will improve dramatically over the period of time. Davao Light Power Company has been in operations for 90 years. They have the track record and the experience.
Yeah. Okay. That is so. We just await what the proposed amendment will be, because I was listening to the debates. Mas mabuti po tanggalin mo lang itong prangkisa ng Nordeco so that to avoid all these legal complications that would arise with the existence of two franchises in the same franchise area.
In effect, this amends the franchise area. At present, it does amend the franchise area of the electric cooperative. Now, depending on the amendment of Senator Gatchalian, if he does propose it, it is possible that in this franchise, you're revoking the franchise area of the electric cooperative. Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
When you revoke, the advantage of revoking is that they can be freed. Well, I don't want to venture an opinion, but this
Yeah. I understand where you're coming from, Mr. President. I agree with you.
it's a legal mongrel which can cause a lot of problems when this comes to operation. Yeah, that's all that I am that I would want to raise at this point. And we will await the amendment of Senator Gatchalian, because it has very clear legal applications, which I would like to do that. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader.
Mr. President,
That-
just a quick reaction, Mr. President. I was listening to
All
the
right,
two
before we recognize
I'm sorry.
the Senator Gordon on virtual, Senator Gatchalian, who's physically present, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry for that. Mr. President, I'm just, I was listening to the two gentlemen about various issues. Well, Mr. President, just to join in, starting 2018, the regulation for entering into power supply agreements is through competitive selection process, in effect bidding. You know, so there's all of the utilities will now have to conduct bidding in which there are independent observers as well as private sector observers who will observe and participate in the conduct of that bidding so that the bidding will be transparent and all generation companies or GenCos can come in and join in that bidding. That's only starting 2018. And I suspect because these contracts are so old that these contracts were bilaterally negotiated. And that's why the pre-termination fees are quite hefty because the bilateral negotiations typically are not as transparent or not transparent at all, no, Mr. President. Although it's approved by the board and approved by ERC, nevertheless, the provisions in the contract will vary from utility to utility. Another thing, Mr. President, is the franchise, and I am following the statements of our good minority floor leader. I just want to ask a good sponsor again. The proposal never amended the Nordeco franchise. I would assume that this is an implied amendment to the Nordeco franchise. Is that correct, Mr. President?
That is correct. And that's why you have ano yung clause na yan? Yes, correct. It is an implied franchise in effect.
Implied amendment.
Yeah.
Implied amendment.
Teka, is there such a... Yes, it's an implied amendment. And remember, it's also spoken about in the transition of operations.
Yes, because we want to put that on record because the franchise of Nordeco is still alive. It's still, we never repealed it, we never touched it. What we did is we just added more locations or more LGUs in the DLPC franchise. But we also prevented Nordeco from operating in those new areas in the DLPC franchise, Mr. President. So in effect, we never touched the Nordeco franchise, Mr. President.
It is an implied amendment, yes.
Yeah, but Mr. President, when we say that we did not amend, but we reduced the franchise area, in effect, you repeal the authority of the franchise holder to operate in those areas where you're authorized to operate. So in effect, you repeal the franchise insofar as those areas are concerned, and therefore,
Si General Onari, implied
which termination fee
implied
is illegal.
over the Davao.
Solved by the courts at the end. Magulo yan. Hindi na magbabayad yung Nordeco, kasi wala na silang franchise in that area. In effect, they will no longer they can no longer comply with their obligations under the supply agreement because of an act of Congress. If they cannot comply with their obligations, then the GenCo will say there is a termination, and therefore, when you say there is a termination, you pay termination fee. That's all I'm saying. It's not for us to resolve, but I can see the legal complications, the litigation that will arise because of this, and we cannot provide a solution because the generating companies can even say the Congress is in effect passing a law in breach of the obligations under the contract.
I disagree with that, Mr. President, because under the Constitution, just to put this on record, do we have the here? Yeah, here. In the Constitution, the legal argument, Section 11 of the 87 Constitution, no franchise certificate or any other form of authorization for the operation of a public utility shall be granted except to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations or associations organized under the laws of the Philippines. At least 60% of whose capital is owned by such citizens. Nor shall such franchise certificate or authorization be exclusive in character or for a longer period than 50 years. Neither shall any such franchise or right be granted except under the condition that it shall be subject to amendment, alteration, or repeal by Congress when the common good so requires.
There is no question, sir, that we can amend the franchise.
Yes.
But what I'm talking about would be the contractual relationship between the supplier, the GenCo, and the distributor, the cooperative. The cooperative will say, I could no longer perform my obligations under the contract because I have no more franchise area.
Yes.
Where will I sell? Where will I sell the power that I am obliged to purchase under the power service agreement?
Correct. So it was the risk. It was the risk also of the power generator going into contract with the electric cooperative to include those termination fees of that amount, knowing that Congress can amend, alter, or repeal its franchise, Mr. President.
As I said, there are other principles which which you can cite, like that you cannot pass a law which will abridge obligations under contracts. So in effect, they can say, when you goddamn Congress reduce the franchise area, you cause the contract could no longer be fulfilled. Anyway, let us leave it at that, Mr. Sponsor. We don't want to clatter the record, with those legal arguments. Let's just talk about policy. The policy is to allow Davao Light to go into the franchise area of the northern of Nordeco, and even reduce the franchise area of Nordeco, and that is a policy issue which we are deciding on, and we say yes, public interest justifies that change in policy, and therefore we go into that.
Yes, that's correct. That is the position of the sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I am actually going to ask the good sponsor and possibly the good minority floor leader if this act of Congress to repeal and reduce the franchise area or possibly terminate the entire franchise area, will this be considered a force majeure on the side of Nordeco, Mr. President? Because it was beyond their control that their area was reduced or terminated, Mr. President.
That is my impression, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, in the spirit of fairness, Mr. President, there are a lot of good electric co-ops, no, especially those ones that are classified and rated AAA and green, and some of them are even cheaper than the private co-ops, Mr. President. Just to give you an example, Beneco in Baguio, which is 6 pesos lang yung kanilang retail rate, so Mr. President. So, but I understand also that there are a lot of utilities that are ailing and struggling and mismanaged, Mr. President. And that's why this type of proposals come about. And I do admit that at the end of the day, we all have to protect the interests of the consumers because we want the consumers to receive the best possible service the best possible rate, and the consumer should be given priority at all times, Mr. President. So thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, if there are no further questions, I would like, I think Senator Gordon wishes to ask a few questions, Mr. President.
Yes, we have Senator Gordon on deck before earlier, so we have to give in to Senator Gordon before we recognize Senator Pimentel and Senator Ontiveros. Senator Richard Gordon, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm enjoying this debate because it might be signaling a change in policy. Actually, it's not a change in policy because, as aptly stated by the distinguished gentleman from Venezuela, he was saying that the primordial reason why we give franchises, the justification is that we want to protect the public from being bilked, or that they get the best service at the least possible cost. That would be the policy. However, Mr. President, by going into now reducing or intruding into a franchise area, which I believe is allowed, because any entity that proposes to sell power to the public, he has the obligation to make sure that he's able to do so well. And if he's not able to do so well, the franchise, would you agree, is only a privilege, and that the government can intrude and allow the expansion of a more qualified franchise application so that the public will be benefited by that. Would that be a correct interpretation, distinguished gentleman from Batangas?
Yes, exactly. That's what we're doing. I agree totally, Mr. President.
All right. Having said that, when the presentation of the yellow and green and all the AAA ratings that are being given, and perhaps you might want to show it on the board, gives me a sense of, how do I say it, a feeling of insecurity insofar as the country is concerned. It would appear that there are 57 green electric cooperatives, which seems to be doing very well from my calculations. And there are 57 that are yellow 1, yellow 2, and red.
Yeah.
Which means, Mr. President, there seems to be a problem. And having bumped into this or stumbled into this problem, don't you think it's appropriate that Congress now look into this right away before the cancer spreads, and so much so that, again, the government would end up bailing out non-performing or badly performing entities, cooperatives, or private agencies that are running power? Because in light of the fact that we now have problems in terms of power brought about by the situation in Europe between Ukraine and Russia, where the price of oil has gone up, it would appear that we should already look into this before it becomes malignant. Would you agree, sir?
I agree totally, Mr. President.
And what would be the suggestion of the distinguished gentleman who is obviously pitching in for our distinguished lady, Senator Poe? There are ailing, in quotes, ailing cooperatives like certain provinces, which means they are not really getting anything done. And also there are a lot of yellows that are not doing very well as well. So what would be the policy that would be recommended by the distinguished sponsor?
Well, what we are doing here,
there need to be intervention now or by the next Congress later on, so that we could actually usher in the situation for the next Congress?
yeah, we are starting it now, Mr. President, in effect. As you mentioned earlier, the NECO is part of one of the ailing cooperatives, the orange ang kulay dito 8 yellow. So ito yung parang pasang-awa, no? On top of the red. And that's why there is clamor from the consumers in this area, which is adjacent to Davao Light and Power Company, a private distribution utility who has been operating for 90 years, who is given a good rating by the ERC to enter the area of the NECO.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. President. Who would give the who would flag this anomalous situation? For example, shouldn't it be the National Electrification Administration or the Department of Energy or the Energy Regulatory Commission who should flag us that these people are not doing very well, that they have not been doing well for an exceeding an exceedingly long time, so that in order to protect the consumer and the government interest in not having to salvage their situation or save the situation,
The rating
who would be
system,
the entity who would give us the signal? It cannot just be Congress, stumbling into the situation. That would be an anomalous situation as far as I'm concerned. The administrative bodies of the government, like the ones I said so, as I talked about, should be the ones that should flag us. Would that be correct, Your Honor?
yes, this rating here is given by NEA.
Correct.
Okay,
And
so
that-
so NEA is flagging these electric cooperatives, no? Or even a private corporation, I would assume, no? So it's NEA who does the flagging, no? Now, in addition to that, it is the consumers in the area, okay? And in this case, the consumers ask their representative to file a bill in Congress. Okay, and all local bills and franchises emanate from the House. So it is being done piecemeal. Okay, and this has now reached the Senate, and we are now debating this committee report, which recommends that Davao Light and Power Company enter the franchise area of the NECO.
Well, Mr. President, I really am going beyond the areas concerned, because I guess I stumbled personally into taking a look, and I'm very concerned about this situation where half the cooperatives seem to be having problems. In fact, 2 elections ago or 3 elections ago, we were having problems in Mindanao on power, and now in this election there was also power inconsistency, and for that matter, poor service in areas like Masbate and Maselco, and I guess God knows where. So to me, that is a signal that should have been given the Congress by NEA, and it should not be a passive signal like, oh, we did our duty, there's the yellow and there's the green, and therefore you should immediately take action. So far as I'm concerned, they should be the ones who say, the people that you gave a franchise to don't seem to be able to deliver what the public expects them to do. And because right now it would appear that if we allow, for example, Davao Light, and which I know is a very efficient corporation, it would seem that you have I don't want to use the word corporate trading. Uh, in other words, so there's an opportunity for me. I will show off in Congress and say, we can do this. And of course, the gentleman from Venezuela point out that Davao de Oro is not doing very well, and now we are asking to expand, and that we might be accused later on of really, I'm not going to say lawyering, but getting into the contract that we have provided these corporations, and that's why I think it would be better if we have an advanced knowledge about the situation, so that it doesn't appear only when there is a franchise before us, that we could immediately act on this matter. And I would imagine that would fall on the Committee on Energy that we have, that has oversight function on this. Would that be correct, Your Honor?
That is correct, Mr. President.
So I would imagine that perhaps I should ask, if I may, I'm sure Senator Gatchalian is a very hardworking senator, and I'm sure he's aware of this. Are there any plans on the part of Senator Gatchalian to do something about all these yellows and reds that are going on, so that we don't have to do it on our own, or the next Congress don't have to do it on their own when this happens?
Okay.
If Senator Gatchalian is still listening.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm here. Yes, Mr. President, in fact, during budget season, we always inquire from NEA the status of the ailing cooperatives and cooperatives that are not doing so well, Mr. President. So typically, NEA will, there's a mechanism for NEA, no? There's a mechanism for NEA that NEA uses on electric co-ops that are not doing well, or what they call ailing co-ops. It's either NEA takes over or either NEA sends a technical engineer. So are there mechanisms and there are ways for NEA to rehabilitate co-ops that are not doing so well? In this particular case, Mr. President, and I've been tracking down the NECO even before, no, because I've been hearing a lot about this co-op. This co-op, the problem with this co-op is they had two boards that fought each other, and the boards in effect created a lot of problems in operation, and that problems in operation led to the deterioration of the operation of the electric co-ops. So the original sin of this co-op was when it had two boards operating, and it created a lot of confusion on the ground, and that also created a lot of problems in its operation. So in short, Mr. President, yes, the Committee on Energy always flags NEA and the DOE on the issue of ailing co-ops, poorly performing co-ops, and we always require them to submit to us an action plan. Of course, going to your question, we cannot also bar the representatives of the people, the congressmen, who also lives there, who also reside there, to take action. Since franchises are given as a privilege, Congress also has the power to take away that privilege. But the issue of franchises should be conducted on a fair and transparent manner, meaning we have to look at all angles, and we have to look at the operations of the co-op itself. So yes, Mr. President, my answer is we look at these operations on a regular basis, Mr. President.
Which is why, if the gentleman is finished, I'm just trying to give some sort of fair warning to all of us that I would not want us to be accused of, violating due process. Meaning to say, the administration, the people involved, the whole system practically, the congressmen who should know that their constituents are having a hard time with the power system, NEA, which grades them, and of course ERC and the Regulatory Commission, Energy Regulatory Board. And the statements made by the gentleman from Venezuela is not unknown to us. There have been many situations in the past where boards quarrel. Recently, we had Beneco. There's an attempt by certain entities to forcefully take over Beneco. Would that be correct, Your Honor? Diba?
Mr. President, the Beneco issue is actually quite different. It was NEA who insisted to install their own general manager, Mr. President. From my observation, Mr. President, after covering this industry, different utilities will have different cases. And in case of Beneco, it was NEA who's imposing their own general manager, which the co-op
Nonetheless,
resisted.
I'm sorry. Nonetheless, there is an imposition, whether it's a quarrel within the board or an imposition to take over the management or whatever. And this is not uncommon, even for water districts, if I'm not mistaken. I'm looking really at the policy of the law of that Congress or the Senate will enact in this matter. So, if you feel that there would be no violation of due process, because I would imagine that NEA should have told them already, you better make sure that you improve your services or you infuse more capital. Otherwise, you're in danger of being cast into exterior darkness, meaning to say your franchise could be canceled, or we would allow another franchisee to take over your territory. Would that be correct, the distinguished gentleman from Batangas?
Mr. President, I did not hear the question because I thought that the gentleman was interpolating the chairman of the Committee on Energy. Would
No,
you
I'm
want
sorry.
to ask the question again, Mr. President?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I was just saying that I don't want to intrude into a violation of due process and an accusation that we're violating due process, because as far as I'm concerned, the policy should really be there should be for early warning systems that would flag these operators of power that if they do not do so well, then their franchise could be revoked or suspended, or another
Agreed.
franchise would be allowed to operate. That way, we
Agreed,
will
Mr.
not be
President.
accused that Congress is muscling its way in to allow a big operator, an efficient operator, which is great, to take in without having to be accused that we're violating the contract previously issued, even though it is only a privilege.
Yes, I agree totally, Mr. President. Thank you.
I just want to make sure we have our hands clean and our noses clean on the matter, and that in the future, NEA should be on notice that they should be always really be looking at it with an eagle eye, the situation, because it's so difficult when people need power and they suddenly have no power. Kids cannot do their homework. Industries won't go into a particular province because of the unreliability of the power situation. And that's always a problem. And we are a country that is trying to recover and are in deep in debt. So we would need investors to come in and have to make sure that we have efficient power, Your Honor.
Agreed, Mr. President.
Yes, having said that, therefore, I am not against Davao Light. If indeed I would have to take a look at whether that is proper. I don't think it is improper that when the people themselves are clamoring for change, as in the case of Iloilo, where was it Moore? Moore was going to show them very well, and even our minority floor leader was our principal witness in saying that they're charging a lot less, including the majority floor leader, was saying that he operates a ice plant there, it was benefiting him. So far as that is concerned, I would like to, I have no objection for a more efficient franchise holder to enter, and that there would be no violation, in your opinion, Mr. Chairman of the committee.
Agree, Mr. President.
There is no violation. All right.
Yes,
Thank you.
there is
Thank you very
There is
much.
Yes, thank you.
Having said that, I just want to be sure, finally, that have these people been given a chance to improve? And I would imagine there have been many letters because they're already on yellow, and they should not really be asking, give me another chance. Because if you're on yellow, that is already a warning to you, or orange, or even red, that's already a warning. But the big warning is to our country. It would appear that there will be certain areas indeed that has no economic capability on the part of the people to be able to pay for power, if that is the only reason why they are in backlog in terms of operating a very good system, that the people are not paying for power rates. Would that be one reason, Your Honor?
That is correct.
And of course, another reason would be the inefficiency or the corruption, as already mentioned previously.
That is correct.
And therefore, it behooves Congress to make sure that the people who will get the franchise are adequately able and capitally capable, capital-wise, to be able to improve the system that they're going to serve. Would that be correct, sir?
That is what we are doing, Mr. President.
Thank you, and I commend you for it humbly, and I commend the distinguished gentleman from Venezuela or Valenzuela, and I thank you for giving us the opportunity to propound these questions, if only to prevent anybody from saying that we are favoring certain entities. The entity that we're talking about is very adequate, and I see no reason why they cannot be allowed to operate for the benefit of the community, the benefit of our public, the ability to be able to serve them well so that they can prosper themselves. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, distinguished gentlemen from Venezuela, and from Batangas.
Thank you.
Mr. President, just to cap off the discussion earlier, I'm sorry, Senator Risa, for for always taking up your time, but just to cap off the discussion, NEA has a self-assessment, not self, but a assessment mechanism that is done on a yearly basis. All 121 electric cooperatives are being assessed on a yearly basis to know exactly their performance. There are two indices that they use. Number one is the overall performance assessment, and it's the parameters that they use. They look at the financial, they look at the technical, they look at the electrification level, and then also they also have what they call the classification standards, in which they look at the cash generation, the collection efficiency, the reliability, system loss, and others. So every year, NEA will rate all the 121 co-ops using the what they call the overall performance assessment, and then using also what they call the classification standards. So we know every year how these electric co-ops perform. And unfortunately, Nordeco for the last 10 years have been performing subpar based on NEA's performance assessment mechanism and classification standard.
Thank you, gentleman from Valenzuela. We recognize the distinguished lady from Macbayan, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. President. Good sponsor, would the good sponsor kindly answer some questions of this representation about a couple of policy questions and maybe a half dozen specific questions, particularly good sponsor as Vice Chair of the Senate Committee on Cooperatives.
Willingly, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor. Mr. President, I'd like to raise a fundamental policy question as regards applications asking Congress to grant franchises to operate electric distribution systems in areas that are still under the exclusive franchise of electric cooperatives. Noting also, Mr. President, good sponsor, that the board of directors and the officers of Nordeco are also with us this afternoon here in the session hall. I raise this fundamental question, good sponsor, because aside from the DLPC application for the Nordeco areas, several other bills were pending before the House of Representatives asking the same, such as the Bicol Light and Power's application for franchise in Casureco 3. So to my first policy question, good sponsor, is the state, through this proposed action by Congress, now veering away from pursuing its total electrification program on a per area coverage basis through electric cooperatives, as provided under RA 6038 and Presidential Decree 269?
Mr. President, I don't know if we are gearing away. The reason for this committee report is the request of the consumers from Davao del Norte specifically. This has passed the House of Representatives. The Senate Committee has had hearings. Our recommendation is to allow the request of the consumers in this particular area in Davao del Norte to allow Davao Light and Power Company to provide their service in this particular area.
Thank you, good sponsor. I'm glad to hear that this proposed action by us, by Congress, is not necessarily veering away from the program provided for under the law cited and the presidential decree. I do recognize, good sponsor, that there are stakeholders in Davao del Norte supporting the passage of this bill. At the same time, there are also consumers, including individual and household consumers, that are not requesting this. So just for the record, good sponsor. Likewise, good sponsor, could I also ask if we are, through this proposed action, deviating from the policy of fostering the creation and growth of cooperatives as a practical vehicle for promoting self-reliance and harnessing people power towards the attainment of economic development and social justice as provided under the 1987 Constitution and the Cooperative Code of the Philippines?
Mr. President, my answer to the first question will be the same answer
Same.
to the second question. Thank you.
Thank you, good sponsor. So, wouldn't the takeover of Nordeco's franchise by DLPC be inconsistent with the policy enshrined in Section 2 of Presidential Decree 269 as amended, which states, because of their non-profit nature, cooperative character, and the heavy financial burdens that they must sustain to become effectively established and operationally viable, electric cooperatives particularly shall be given every tenable support and assistance by the national government, its instrumentalities and agencies to the fullest extent of which they are capable. Thus, good sponsor, instead of disenfranchising the distribution utility or the electric cooperative in this case, shouldn't government and its representation support electric cooperatives like Nordeco to the fullest extent as mandated by the state?
And what does that mean, Mr. President? Is what the gentle lady saying that we include a budget in the in the General Appropriations Act to subsidize Nordeco, when fully in this case the private sector is willing to make the investment in this particular area? That would be my answer to the question, Mr. President. Again, let me reiterate, the reason for this committee report is that, as mentioned earlier, there is a problem with regard to the service being provided by Nordeco, and the representatives, the local government, the consumers, the business community, particularly from Davao del Norte, has requested that the adjacent provider in Davao City, Davao Light and Power Corporation, step in and provide better services at lower price for the people in this respective area, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor. I certainly support the entry and the expansion of private sector stakeholders in all sectors of our economy, especially critical sectors like energy. And of record is my support and protection of existing franchises of these private sector stakeholders. So likewise, I hope to continue asking these policy and specific questions with the help of the good sponsor, perhaps to shed a little more light on the fact that Nordeco may also be deserving of similar support given the improvements, significant improvements actually, good sponsor, Mr. President, that have been realized, especially in the last couple of years under revitalized leadership and a reorganized workforce. Totoo pong naging matinding problema yung nagkaroon sila ng dalawang boards, which, as the good sponsor confirmed and as the the chair of the Senate Committee on Energy narrated, actually were at the core of the problems in the past decade. Pero under the revitalized leadership and reorganized workforce in the last couple of years, such significant improvements were realized and are still in the process of coming to fruition. Mga bagay po, Mr. President, good sponsor, that we appreciate when private entities in trouble are also seeking to pull themselves up by the bootstraps and post similar improvements. At tayo sa Kongreso, we support them, and we also observe or we give them time in which to really get their act together. And I'm in further specific questions, I'd like to raise that similar possibility for the current franchise holder here. Another policy question, if the good sponsor would allow, is whether we in Congress would want to end wholesale or piecemeal the state's electrification program on a non-profit basis, as the electric cooperatives have been doing for over half a century now to address energy poverty and spur rural development.
That is not part. That is not part of our committee report. Our committee report only again talks about one specific instance that Davao Light and Power Corporation be allowed to operate in this particular franchise area.
Thank you, good sponsor. And again, I have supported such moves in other cases where, for example, the franchise of the original franchise holder was not renewed, or where the electric cooperative in question was clearly not deserving of broader support from government for a longer period of time. So, Mr. President, good sponsor, to my specific questions, the law is explicit. EPIRA, particularly Section 26, guarantees the existing franchises their full term, which is 50 years. The same provision exists under Section 13 of the Cooperative Code. The National Electrification Administration Act, or RA 6038, is even more categorical in this aspect. No franchise for service shall be granted to any other person within any area or portion for which a cooperative holds a franchise. And Nordeco's franchise, according to Philreca, will expire in 2033 or 11 years from now. So to my first specific question, good sponsor, can Congress grant the LPC a franchise today without violating existing laws as mentioned above?
Again, Mr. President, as I mentioned earlier, I read Section 11 of the 1987 Constitution, and it says, Section 11, no franchise, certificate, or any other form of authorization for the operation of a public utility shall be granted except to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations or associations organized under the laws of the Philippines, at least 60% of whose capital is owned by such citizens, nor shall such franchise, certificate, or authorization be exclusive in character or for a longer period than 50 years. Neither shall any such franchise or right be granted except under the condition that it shall be subject to amendment, alteration, or repeal by Congress when the common good so requires. So that is the answer to that question, Mr. President. It is within the purview of Congress.
Indeed, Mr. President, good sponsor, salamat para dyan. And that amendment or repeal is of course according to a certain process, which point I will get to in a question a little later. So, Mr. President, good sponsor, assuming for the sake of argument that we indeed violate no law in granting DLPC the franchise, will that now legally mean the revocation of Nordeco's right to operate in those areas? Will it mean also legally the automatic assumption of the successor DLPC?
That is my understanding, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor. So now Section 2 of our bill inserts another section to be denominated as Section 21A, or Transition of Operations. This section somehow effectively, so to speak, kills Nordeco because it ends Nordeco's operations within 2 years after the passage of this bill. So 2 years or 9 years before its current franchise is supposed to expire. Wouldn't this be a lack of due process in the case of Nordeco? Because we would have killed its franchise without due deliberation. Relevant laws protect the electric cooperatives' franchises. So removing their franchise should be dealt with appropriately, which I believe is still absent or inadequate in this situation.
Mr. President, that's why we've had public hearings in the House and in the Senate. So there is due process, Mr. President. We've heard all the stakeholders in the committee in the Senate, and I would assume the same was done in the House. Now, we are not killing the franchise of our Nordeco because we are only, in this committee report, we're only talking about a part of the franchise area where there was public clamor in, what do you call that? Davao del Norte, essentially. So they can still operate in Davao de Oro unless we accept, and if there is an amendment, that Davao de Oro be included in the franchise area.
Thank you, good sponsor.
But that is not part of the committee report, nor is it
Yes.
going to be part of our committee amendment. Yes.
Thank you, good sponsor. So what would now happen to the assets of Nordeco, which theoretically belong to its member consumer owners or MCOs? Will those MCOs benefit from the sale of these assets? Is there a method or mechanism in place for valuating and liquidating these assets, formulated whether by NEA or DOE or the ERC for this purpose?
Yes, the Davao Light and Power would have eminent domain in their franchise. I would assume that they would be negotiating with Nordeco with regard to certain assets in the area of Davao del Norte. Failing that, then they could go into what do you call the process?
The CSP.
Expropriation. There is a procedure for that. And my understanding is that ERC, it is the courts who will decide, and the ERC will determine the values of the assets, Mr. President.
So ERC, good sponsor, would be the one to provide and perhaps oversee that method or mechanism, also on behalf of the MCOs.
That is correct. As far as the expropriation is concerned, yes.
As far as the expropriation is concerned. And then what would happen on the ground, good sponsor? Would DLPC simply take over the Nordeco system, or will it build a redundant system to deliver its services?
It could do both, Mr. President. Nothing prevents them from doing one or the other.
All right, thank you, good sponsor. Now, under EPIRA, cooperatives have the option to either corporatize also or remain cooperatives under NEA or under the Cooperative Development Authority. Now, this democratic change process is through their general assemblies and their referenda. Will Nordeco as a cooperative, in the absence of these, simply die a natural death after the franchise removal?
We are not removing their franchise. The committee report only talks about
One
Davao
area.
del Norte. Yes.
But as I earlier also heard good sponsor in the interpellation, they would, presuming that this is the scenario that will materialize, they would be operating in an area that is no longer the same as provided for originally in their existing franchise.
That is correct. That is correct.
Thank you, good sponsor. Another question on another unintended consequence, perhaps, of our bill. What is the rate impact to the remaining? What would be the rate impact to remaining consumers?
We discussed that
Yes.
earlier with
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian, and there's a strong possibility that rates will go higher in the remaining
Yes.
area. Having said that, then Nordeco could go back to its power generation company and renegotiate their PSA, Mr. President.
I see. But before that happens, and if that happens successfully, surely there will be an impact on the remaining consumers, as there will be stranded costs and contracts, as also earlier discussed during this interpellation, all under the accountability of Nordeco.
And that's why
Yes.
I said earlier, it would be better if I were, if I were just to be followed, that it would be better if DLLC would take over the entire franchise area. Then it could provide lower rates, better services to the consumers in the entire franchise area of Nordeco, Mr. President.
And again,
That is my personal
good
opinion.
sponsor. Yes, good sponsor. Thank you for that. And again, before that could materialize, and just for the record, indeed, Nordeco's consumer base will decrease and therefore the rates will be affected. The carving out of selected municipalities and cities will certainly result in a higher rate in the areas that would remain with Nordeco's franchise, if and when House Bill 9978 prospers. Again, just for the record, good sponsor, as of 2021, Nordeco's actual power peak demand was 106 megawatts. The contracted capacity is 112.4 megawatts. And there's also a pending additional contract of 10 megawatts under the CSP, that competitive selection process, which is awaiting the imprimatur of the ERC. The additional 10 megawatts is earmarked to cater to the growing demand based on the forecast made by Nordeco for the year 2022 onwards. But when the 6 municipalities and 2 cities from the franchise area of Nordeco would be carved out, its power demand will drastically drop by 67%, leaving only 35 megawatts from its original actual demand. Hence, the remaining power demand will indeed affect the power rate of Nordeco since it wouldn't be able to utilize the contracted power supply and would continuously pay the
Yes,
capacity recovery
correct,
fee.
correct.
Yes, good sponsor.
Yes, and we've discussed this earlier with Senator
Yes.
Gatchalian as well, yes.
Thank
And
you,
I
good
did respond to
sponsor.
these queries already.
Thank you, good sponsor. Just for the record again, or the fixed charges, Nordeco would continuously pay for the fixed charges due to the power suppliers until the end of the existing PSAs, on top of the other statutory pass-on rates. Thus, it will be an added burden to the MCO since these fees are pass-on rates. So, additional to what the good sponsor already responded in the earlier part of the interpellation, how are we going to deal with this?
I already responded to that, Mr.
All right.
President. They can
Thank you.
they can renegotiate their PSA. That's one. I think the better option would be that Davao de Oro be included in the franchise area, but that is not in the committee report, Mr.
Yes,
President.
good sponsor. I guess my line of questioning at this point, Mr. President, good sponsor, is also, is there no way to fix Nordeco's problems? Why not try to fix those problems first? And in fact, Mr. President, good sponsor, hindi tayo magsisimula sa wala. I mentioned earlier that there has been a revitalized leadership and reorganized workforce in the last couple of years. Sila po yung nag-solusyon dun sa malaking problema noon ng dalawang boards. They put together a task force and they set these several, I would say, significant improvements in process. Among these, the progress of the categorization from C to B. So rather than ailing, they are improving. Kung pasyente, they are not descending towards death. They are improving from C to B. Increased collection efficiency. Yes, good sponsor.
Yes, my response to that is sawan-sawa na yung consumers in the area. They're familiar with this. They've been told this for the last 10 years. Isang dekada na. Paulit-ulit that they will improve. And that's why the consumers are clamoring that the LPC enter their area and that they want the services of the LPC for better services at lower costs, Mr. President. And that is why we have this bill. Sawan-sawa na yung mga consumers in the area. That's what they're telling us in the committee.
Yes,
Mr.
thank you, good sponsor. And I concur, naririnig ko rin yan up to 2 years ago. And in the last couple of years, if the good sponsor would just bear with me a little more, I'll just put on record a few other of what I think are significant improvements in the last couple of years to fix their shop, ika nga, for the difficulties in the previous decade. So in addition to the progress of the categorization from C to B, the increased collection efficiency from 62% to 103% month to month on the average, the reduction, and this was also mentioned earlier, in the power suppliers payable from 2.8 billion pesos to 1.5 billion pesos, which has regained the trust, is regaining the trust of the financing institutions. Reduced system loss from 22.32% to, as mentioned also earlier, 14.35% in view of the intensive drive against violators of Republic Act 7832, with more than 1,000 consumers and/or pilferers, massive clearing operations, and improvement of distribution facilities. A new organizational structure, as mentioned earlier, good sponsor, was put in place in year 2020 to address more promptly the concerns of the MCOs through the creation of 4 area offices. As implementing arm of the government, the EC has energized 147 sitios under the Sitio Electrification Program from 2018 to 2020, with 4,960 households as beneficiaries, amounting to 231 million pesos. And lastly, I think, Mr. President, good sponsor, it's also worth noting that for the past 5 years, the number of industrial consumers or high voltage accounts has significantly increased from 1,302 to 3,203. So that's why I asked Mr. President, good sponsor, about a little more time for problem solving, because have these improvements and accomplishments also been taken into account as we deliberate whether or not to terminate Nordeco's franchise and
All of
award it
that,
to another entity?
all of this has been discussed in the committee deliberations. We are now in plenary. And
Yes, Mr. Sponsor.
the fact remains, based on the compliance report on the performance of electric cooperatives, they are still in the bottom 10% of all electric cooperatives, Mr. President. And like I said, based on the committee deliberations, and that's why you have a committee report, sawan-sawa na yung mga consumers sa mga pangako.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. Those are the questions that I would like to make of record in this interpellation. At maraming salamat sa good sponsor for responding to them, even if some of them were discussed earlier in this interpellation. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good
Thank you, Mr.
sponsor.
President.
Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Majority Leader. With the indulgence of the majority, I think
Senator Bato would like to be recognized.
the gentleman from Davao, Senator Bato de la Rosa, is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. This is not a question, just an input to the good sponsor about the services of Davao Light. You know, Mr. President, I have been a resident of Davao City since 1986, and I've been a customer of Davao Light and Power Company ever since. And we enjoyed the services provided by the said company. So sa akin lang, if that is the clamor of the people from these 4 municipalities or cities, City of Panabo, Municipality of Duhali, Santo Tomas, and Carmen of Davao del Norte, then maybe ma-enjoy rin nila yung na-enjoy namin sa Davao City, Mr. President. That's all. Input lang to the good sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, thank you very much for your input. Your input is probably the most important in our deliberations today dahil ikaw ang taga doon. Okay?
Thank you.
Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. May I add also, Mr. President?
With that, I will no longer give my inputs, Your Honor.
May I add though, Mr. President? To the
Yes,
discussion?
Majority Leader.
Po, taga Mindanao din po ako, Your Honors, and kapitbahay po namin ng Davao. And as chairman of the Committee on Cooperatives, many times they approached me also to ask for assistance. Medyo pati ako, nag-hands up ako dyan sa mga problema ng Nordeco. Because they came up with 2 boards, nagpatayan pa dyan, namatay pa yung general manager, binaril yung general manager niya ng isang board grabing away nila dito sa mga lugar na ito, you know, in the end, it's the consumer that suffers. Because I recall in the news, it came out in the news, lumabas pa sa TV Patrol yan na dalawang board nangongolekta with the same consumers, dalawang collections. Eventually, nobody paid. Wala nang nagbayad kasi they didn't know who to pay the electric rates to. Although now, may mga hakbang na, no? I believe one group has taken over. But in my discussions yesterday with the President-elect, Bongbong Marcos, he is really reiterating the fact that he wants to bring down the price of electricity all over the country. So we have to look at ways of bringing it down. And power generation is only one of a large number of industries that are part of the energy mix. The other is distribution. Kaya kung ang nangyayari, and I'll be very honest about this because I am in power production as well, and we deal with electric cooperatives. There are electric cooperatives that contract before the competitive selection process. Alam na alam ni Senator Sherwin yan. Before the competitive selection process na nilabas ng DOE Secretary Cusi, where now you have to get the lowest rates. Dati, direct contract lang yan. Kung malaking power company ka, you can go to the electric cooperative. The electric cooperative can do a bilateral contract, maski na mataas ang rates. And then they present it to the ERC. Of course, eventually the ERC will decide what rates that will be utilized and paid for by the consumers. Unfortunately, because of that, marami nag-oversubscribe. Kunya kailangan mo lang 5 megawatt. Pero ngayon, ginawa nila dahil siguro kung ano-anong mga junket na pinamimigay nila doon na nagiging 10 megawatts. And that's take or pay. So yung nagbabayad niyan, yung consumer. Kawawa dyan yung consumer. Don't get me wrong, I'm the chairman of the Committee on Cooperatives. I love our cooperative movement. I'm a strong believer of helping the Filipinos help themselves. My vice chair is right here, strong believer of the cooperative movement. But eventually, my vice chair, Risa Ontiveros. But eventually, it's the consumer that suffers. So, kaya, anong nangyari? Davao Power and Light can sell for 9 pesos. Sila, they sell for 13 pesos. There's a 4 peso difference. Because sometimes, yun nga, in the early days, yung mismanagement ng contracts. So, eventually, we have to resolve that. Does that mean we have to look at policy issues on how to manage a distribution system on a local level? That's something that we have to study. We really have to study, maybe make amendments to the IPIRA law and see how we can to be able to bring down the cost of electricity. Mr. President, with that, no other member wishes to interpolate and move to close the period of interpolation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the majority leader is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Recto, for the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried. Recognize Senator Rectos, the sponsor of the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we only have one committee amendment on page 1, lines 12 to 13. Delete the phrase "and the municipality of Maco in the province of Davao de Oro."
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
With that, Mr. President, move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion to close the period of amendments is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 10554.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the majority leader to approve on second reading is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration House Bill number 10648.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the measure. Move to close the period of amendment. Interpellation.
Interpellation. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion to close the period of interpellation and debates hereby carried.
Mr. President, there are no amendments as well from the committee.
There are no amendments.
Yes, move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the majority leader is carried.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 10648.
Is Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the majority leader to approve on second reading House Bill number 10648 is hereby adopted.
The next bills, Mr. President, from item 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 are all barangay, creation of barangays, Mr. President. Oh,
Suspend ko muna ba?
yeah, creation of barangays, Mr. President. So, with the permission of the body, we'll take this up one by one because we have to read the number and vote for second reading. Mr. President, I'll do this quick so that we will not take much of your time. I move that we resume we have the sponsor here, the co-sponsor, Senator Bato. But if I'm not mistaken, there are no amendments. So we can, with the permission of the body, move very quickly.
Barangays. Okay lang ba?
Walang amendment, no?
Majority leader, can you state for the record the bill that we're
Yeah,
deliberating? Because we have
I was
yet
just
to,
about to call the bill.
okay.
Yeah, what I just mentioned is from item 3 to item 12, these are all creation of barangays in different provinces. And I think they really need this because many of them are operating like a barangay without IRA. So, Mr. President, I move just for the record, Senator Bato is the co-sponsor, is here with us, but I'll try to make this as quick as possible. I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 9814.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Mr. President. Oh, amendment.
May amendments daw, may amendments daw.
Which one am I
May
amendment?
amendments daw, mix.
All have amendments?
Hindi, ito raw. Meron daw,
Which
meron.
item? Which one? Which bills?
Hindi alam syempre ni ano.
Oh,
Lahat daw eh.
Walo? Okay, Mr. President, we'll have to move to close the period of interpellation on this bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader is carried.
Mr. President, I move to recognize the sponsor for any amendments.
Are there any amendments? We recognize the sponsor, Senator Bato de la Rosa. This is on House Bill number 9814.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you.
I'll finish this.
The following committee amendment for this particular measure, Mr. President, is number 1 on page 2, line 13 to 15. Delete entire section 6 and replace with a new section 6 to read thus. Section 6, National Tax Allotment Shares. Barangay Batucan shall be entitled to an allotment derived from national taxes pursuant to Section 285 of the Local Government Code of 1991 as amended. That is all, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The minority leader is recognized.
This is not an objection, but let me state for the record that the proposed amendment is already found in the local government code. If we have no objection to that amendment, but if we want to go through this, then we go through it one by one.
With all the local bills.
Yeah, if it's a pro forma
Yes.
item in the local government code, maybe it's not necessary to put into the
Withdraw na
committee
lang.
report or make an amendment, committee amendment to that effect. Is that what you're trying to say, Senator Jolon, my dear minority leader? Kung nasa local government code na siya, it is not necessary to repeat in every bill.
That's correct, sir. In fact, we have been passing bills and laws for the creation of barangays, notwithstanding the fact that barangays
May we know what committee report you're pertaining to?
On House Bill number 9814, Your Honor. Mr. President.
9814, okay. And the proposed amendment,
Can you repeat the proposed amendment, Senator Bato de la Rosa?
Yes, Mr. President. On page 2, line 13 to 15, delete entire section 6 and replace with a new section 6 to read thus. Section 6, National Tax Allotment Shares. Barangay Batucan shall be entitled to an allotment derived from national taxes pursuant to Section 285 of the Local Government Code of 1991 as amended, Mr. President.
Pero di ba automatic na po yan, Mr. President? Pag
Yeah.
may batas na creating barangay, mabibigyan na ng taxes, share ng taxes yun.
As far as I know, the NTA now, the so-called NTA, which used to be the Internal Revenue Allotment, IRA, is automatic. At sinabi na ng Supreme Court, nagbigay ng Supreme Court ruling on this matter. Now, for us to put this here, actually is a redundancy.
Mr. President, if I may.
Yes, Senator De La Rosa.
This is in accordance to the Mandanas ruling, Mr. President, na
Kaya
No.
hindi na nga kailangan.
Sir,
I think that's the point of the minority leader. The
Yes, sir.
Mandanas ruling is applicable already.
Yes.
Now, if you want to include this here, actually, I see no. There is no really a difference if you put it or not. But if you want to put it, the thing is, baka magka-problema ka pa sa pagpasa nito dahil yung ibang version ng House. Ina-amend mo pa. Baka mag-bycam ka pa. Unless they accept it.
Patagabin nila ang house.
What do you say, Majority Leader? Oh yeah, Senator, Minority Leader muna. Sige,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Senator Dillon, go ahead.
yes, I requested for the floor earlier to precisely state on the record what the Senate President is saying. This amendment is a duplication. We have been passing bills and laws to this effect without citing the local government code because precisely the purpose of passing these measures is to have the barangay created by law and therefore there in the era. We do not have to place it here. The Mandanas ruling has nothing to do with this issue. The Mandanas ruling simply found expanded and expanded share or enlarged the share of the LG, the national pie, including the share of the barangay official. I have no objection to this, but if we want this, well, you know, what is the effect of this also on the previous bills that we did not, that we were specified? And in the subsequent bills, should this now be a standard clause? I mean, I don't see the point. But if the majority would want this, I have no objection. We just have to go through each one and then you delay the passage of so it goes to the House, and given the time constraints that we have, I don't see the point in this amendment except to delay the passage of bill. That is our manifestation, Mr. President. We submit.
Yes,
Majority.
we take it. We understand. And as a matter of fact, the chair, the presiding officer concurs.
I
So-
concur also with the chair and the minority floor leader. As a matter of fact, I just came over from the side of the staff of Senator Tolentino and Senator Bato. What they're telling me now, they're trying to update the House bills because under the Mandanas ruling, they no longer use internal revenue allotment, but it's another term.
National,
The new term is NTA. It is now going to be,
Not from
it
the
is
local
the term
government.
being used by the executive department.
National
Tax Allotment. Chair.
allotment.
yes, sir.
So yun daw, pang inaano nila, para ma-update lang. But to be honest, I don't think it will not cause any harm. They will still get their share.
The Mandanas ruling updated everything.
Yes. So,
It's
just
automatic
continue
na
with
yun,
the pro
applicable
forma.
na yan. It is now called NTA. The era is now called NTA. We need not put it here, but
So, Mr. President, is it okay if we just manifest that the internal revenue allotment that is stated in the House bill is that refers to the national tax allotment that is being used by
Yes.
by
We can do that. We can do that,
by
Your Honor.
at present, Mr. President.
We
Yes,
can do that,
yes.
Your Honor, to place on record, no, for record
Just to place on
purposes.
record.
Oh,
So if any
Correct.
cases taken to court. What we mean, what we want to do, or rather, the internal revenue allotment is actually the national tax allotment. Is that correct? Okay.
National Tax Allotment.
National
NTA.
tax allotment.
Ah,
Hindi naman mawawala yung kanilang national tax allotment.
hindi, yung
Kung
IRA
nakalagay
nila
sa
becomes-
batas, IRA.
Yes, becomes
Okay lang.
National Tax Allotment.
Okay.
Dahil pinalitan ng Mandanas ruling yung tawag sa IRA.
Therefore, to speed the process, Mr. President, we withdraw the amendment. No
Alright.
further amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you. The proposed amendment is withdrawn.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9814 if there's no other.
Any objection? Hearing none. 9814 is approval, second reading.
Mr. President, tuloy-tuloy ko na. Tuloy-tuloy ko na. Meron pa ba?
Anong sector?
Alis na. Ask for a 1-minute suspension.
Session suspended. Itong
Mr. President,
Leader.
may we recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Bato de la Rosa?
Sir.
What is the next bill to be tackled?
We are still in House Bill number 9814, Mr. President.
We approved it on second reading. 9814.
That's what I was told. 9816?
14.
16.
Yes, it's
Okay.
9816. Sorry, Mr.
All right.
President.
The motion is to consider 9816.
Yes, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
And may we recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Mr. President.
Senator Ronald De La Rosa is recognized. We are in the period of
Interpellation.
interpellation.
Mr. President, I move that we close the period of interpellation.
Any
and debate.
objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Period of amendments is open. We recognize Senator De La Rosa.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to withdraw the amendment as contained in the committee report.
All right, any objection? Hearing none. Withdrawn.
No other.
No more amendments.
Mr. President, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Hearing no objection, period of amendments closed.
President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 9816. So
Any
moved.
objection? Hearing none, 9816 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to suspend the.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of, tackle House Bill number 9817. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Consideration of 9817 is in order.
President, I move that we open the period of, close the period of interpellation and debate.
So the parliamentary status is that we're in the period of interpellation.
Yes,
And
Mr.
the
President,
motion
no
to
one
close the
registered
period
to interpolate
Okay.
the said measure, so I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate.
Hearing no objection.
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator De La Rosa.
I still have a,
This is 9817.
yeah,
I move for the previous.
I withdraw,
Mr. President,
Mr. President.
that we close the period of interpellation
Right,
and
the
debate.
period of interpellation is closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that we open the period of amendments, Mr. President, and recognize the sponsor, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank
for
you,
the
Mr.
period of
President.
amendments.
Mr. President, I move to withdraw the amendment as contained in the committee report.
Senator De Leon is recognized, the minority leader.
Mr. President, the amendment has not been introduced. It is only in the committee report. The committee report has not been approved, and therefore there is
Actually.
to withdraw.
Actually, yes, you're right, except
Yeah,
that
I've been saying.
I think there was an advice given the sponsor that he should withdraw because it is contained in the committee report. Abandon, it's not, the motion should be, we abandon the amendment in the committee report. That should be the term to be used, and I'm sure the minority leader will not mind if that is the, because there is no introduction yet. So the committee report says, a proposed amendment is so and so.
Mhm.
So you are abandoning it. So the motion is, perhaps the motion, if we can entertain the minority leader, is that we are abandoning the proposed amendment in the committee report, and therefore there are no more there are no amendment. Ano, tama ba?
We are not proposing the amendment contained in the committee report.
Yan,
Therefore, there are no-
pwede. That is a better language. All right. So then we will close the period of amendment. All right.
Should I move on that?
Huh?
Should I move on that?
We will not propose.
We are not proposing.
You are not proposing the amendment contained in the committee report. Is that right, Senator De La Rosa?
Noted, Mr.
All
President.
right.
Yes.
Noted.
Therefore, Mr. President, I move that we close the period of amendment.
Period of amendment is closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 9817. So move.
Any objections? Hearing none, 9817 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9817.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
President, I move that we tackle House Bill number 9818, contained Committee Report number 602. So
Any
moved.
objection? Hearing none, 9818's consideration is in order.
President, I move that we close, having no member who wish to interpolate the said measure. I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. So moved.
Yes, okay, the period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of interpellation. I mean, amendments. I'm sorry, Mr. President.
All right, are there any amendments, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. President, I move to, we are not, Mr. President, we are not proposing the amendment as contained in the committee report, Mr. President.
All right, therefore.
Ayos.
Therefore, I move, Mr. President, we close the period of amendment.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, period of the amendments closed.
President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 9818. So moved.
Any
Mr. President.
objection? Hearing none, 9818 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 1.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we open deliberation on House Bill number 9819. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 9819 is in order.
No member wishes to interpolate the said measure. Move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. So moved, Mr. President.
Yeah, yes. Well, suspecting that you are going to be the next majority leader in the 19th Congress, you know, it is best that unsolicited advice. It's best that after we consider the measure, is that you inform us the parliamentary status of the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So what is
We'll
the
do that.
parliamentary status of the measure?
We are now in the period of interpellation and
Yeah.
debate, Mr. President, and no member wishes to interpolate the said measure. And so I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move,
Alright.
Mr. President.
Senator Dillon?
Yeah, just
Where is the
parliamentary, Mr. President.
Yes, what is the inquiry?
You said that, Mr. President, that Senator Villanueva could be the next majority leader.
Most probably. Why?
You already know who will be the Senate President.
I have a suspicion.
It's a parliamentary inquiry. Thank you for the response, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, kind sir. All right, the period of interpellation, no objection, is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator
The
Bato.
sponsor, is there an amendment?
Yes, but thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are not proposing the amendments as contained in the committee report.
All right.
Therefore, Mr. President, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 9819. I so move. Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, 9819 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 98.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
President, I move that we open and tackle House Bill number 9820, contained Committee Report number 604. So
Any objection? Hearing none, 9820 is in order to consideration.
thank you, Mr. President. The status of the measures that we are in the period of interpellation and
Yeah.
debate, and no member wishes to interpolate the said measure. So I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed. You're becoming a very good majority leader, huh?
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 1, line 2, delete the word STO and replace it with Santo. I so move, Mr. President.
Okay. Any objection? Hearing none. Adopted.
Finally, Mr. President, to change the title of the bill to read thus, an act separating the sitio of Tulalian from Barangay Balagunan in the municipality of Santo Tomas, province of Davao del Norte, and constituting it into a distinct and independent barangay to be known as Barangay Tulalian. I so move, Mr. President.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
That would be all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we close the period of amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of the amendment is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve in second reading House Bill number 9820. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, 9820 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number.
Consideration of the measures suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 10295 contained in Committee Report number 605. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
Mr. President, the status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate and no member wishes to interpolate the said measure. So I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Bato de la Rosa. So
Senator
moved.
De La Rosa is recognized for any amendments.
Mr. President, we have no amendment.
Therefore, I move that we close the period of amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation. Amendment is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve in second reading House Bill number 10295. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. 1092, ano?
10295. 10295.
295 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 10060 contained in Committee Report number 606. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measures order.
Mr. President, the status of the measure is that we are in a period of interpellation and debate and no member wishes to interpolate the said measure. I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move,
Any
Mr. President.
objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Period of amendments open.
Where we recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Bato de la
Senator De
Rosa.
La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are not proposing the amendments as contained in the committee report. Mr. President.
All right.
Therefore, I move that we close the period of amendments. So
Any
moved, Mr.
objection?
President.
Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
President, I move that we pass on second reading House Bill number 10060. I so move, Mr. President.
10060. Any objection? Hearing none, passed on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move but suspend the deliberation of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 7775 contained in Committee Report number 607. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
The status of the measure is that we are now in the period of interpellation and debate and no member wishes to interpolate the said measure. I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Move that we open the period of amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Period of amendments open.
May we recognize the sponsor, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. An omnibus amendment replace the name ACMAC with ACMAC Das Mariano Badilles Sr.
Akmak.
ACMAC, Mr. President, with ACMAC Das Mariano Badilles Sr. on page 1, lines 1, 3, and 7, and on page 3, line 69.
Who is
I so move, Mr.
who
President.
is Akmak Mariano Badeles Senior?
This is an omnibus amendment, Mr. President.
Sino ka? Sino nga yan?
I
Why?
have no idea, Mr. President. Who is ACMAC Mariano Badilles? That's a local, maybe local
Local
personality.
Local hero.
Local hero, Mr. President.
All right. So, any objection on the amendment? Hearing none, the omnibus amendment is adopted.
On page 1, line 3, delete the name Barangay Ditokalan. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Still on page 1, line 13, up to page 2, line 26, delete the entire paragraph 2 of section 2 and renumber the succeeding subsections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 2, line 46, delete one double quotation mark before the word bounded I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 3, line 60 to 61, delete the phrase 1821 dated November 18, 1988 for the creation of Barangay Ditukalan. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Still on page 3, line 69, delete the word Ditukalan. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Mr. President, we are not proposing the seventh amendment as contained in the committee report.
All right.
That's it? That's it?
That's it, Mr. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we close the period of,
Excuse me, Mr. President.
not yet, Mr. President. We'd like to move that distinguished sponsor be recognized again, Mr. President.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Finally, Mr. President, to change the title of the bill to read thus, an act creating barangays Akmak, Mariano Badilles Sr., San Roque, Linab, Upper Hinaplanon, and Obaldolaya, all in the city of Iligan. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
That is all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we close the period of amendments. I so
Any
move, Mr.
objection?
President.
Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7775, contained Committee Report number 607. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. House Bill 7775 is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 10256, contained Committee Report number 608. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
The status of the measure, Mr. President, is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate. No member wishes to interpolate the said measure, so I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments and acknowledge and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized for the period of amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have no amendments for this mission, Mr. President.
Move that we close the period of amendments. So move.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10256. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, 10256 approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
President, I move that we consider House Bill number 10451. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measures open.
The status of the measure, Mr. President, is that we are in a period of interpellation and debate. No member wishes to ask any question on this particular measure, so I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. President. Move for 1 minute suspension, Mr. President. Sorry, Mr. President. Sorry, Mr. President. I move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
All right, session suspended.
Sorry. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the measure. So moved, Mr. President.
Consideration of 10451.
10451, yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, instead, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2520 contained in Committee Report number 641. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 2520 is in order.
Mr. President, the status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate. No member wish to ask any question on this particular measure, so I move that we close the period of interpellation and debates. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized in the period of amendments.
There are no amendments, Mr. President.
Therefore, I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
President, I move that we pass on second reading Senate Bill number 2520 containing Committee Report number 641. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Bill 2520 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to suspend the consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you. So dito na ako sa 104. Yeah. And then si Senator Bongo. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 10451 contained in Committee Report number 610. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 10451 is in order.
Mr. President, the status of the measure is that we are in a period of interpellation and debate. No member wish to interpellate the said measure. Mr. President, before I make that motion, may I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor, the chairperson of the Committee on Health, Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Bongo is recognized. We are in the period of
Interpellation and debate, Mr.
All right.
President. Yes.
any.
I don't have anyone on my list, Mr. President, and so if with the permission of the body, I will move that we close the period of interpellation and debate.
All right. Any objections? Chair hears none. Period of interpellation is closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Period of amendments open.
May we recognize the sponsors, himself, Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo. I so move. Mr. President.
Senator Christopher Bongo is recognized.
We have no amendments, Mr. President.
Therefore, I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10451. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none. House Bill 10451 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to suspend the consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 10324, contained Committee Report number 611. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is in order.
The status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate, Mr. President, and no member wish to interpolate the said measure, and therefore I will move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so
Any
move, Mr. President.
objection? Hearing none. Period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Period of amendments open.
Move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo.
Senator Bongo is recognized.
We have no amendments, Mr. President.
Therefore, I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10324. I so move,
Any
Mr. President, on
objection?
second reading.
Hearing none. 10324 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration measure suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 10013, contained Committee Report number 613. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. 10013.
Yes, Mr. President.
Hearing none. Consideration is in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. The status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate. No member wish to interpolate the said measure, and so I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Bongo. I so move,
Senator
Mr.
Bongo is recognized for the period of amendments.
We have no amendments, Mr. President.
President, I move that we close the period of amendments. So move.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10013. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, 10013 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend the consideration of the measure. So moved.
Consideration measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 9917. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 9917 is in order.
The status of the measure is that we are in a period of interpellation and debate, and no member wishes to interpellate the said measure of establishing in the city of Maykawayan, in my home province, Mr. President, a tertiary hospital. And therefore, I will move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Bongo. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Bongo is recognized for the period of amendments.
We have no amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 9917. I so move,
Any
Mr. President.
objection? Hearing none, 9917 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 10464, contained committee report number 615. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
Mr. President, the status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate, and may we recognize the minority floor leader to ask some questions, Mr. President. So move, Mr. President.
The minority leader is recognized in the period of interpellation for 10464.
Mr. President, I have no questions on this period. I would just propose committee amendment, an amendment previously discussed with the good sponsor. So if there are no other member of the chamber who would want to interpolate, may I have the privilege of moving for the closure of the period of interpellation.
We
But
join,
this-
Mr. President,
we-
the motion of the minority floor
The
leader.
majority leader concurs. Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Period of amendment is open.
And we recognize the
Recognize
distinguished sponsor, Mr.
Senator
President,
Bongo.
Senator Bongo.
For the period of amendments and to introduce individual amendments, the minority leader, Senator Frank Drilon, unless there are committee amendments.
May we ask the distinguished sponsor if there are any committee amendments?
There are no committee amendments, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Drilon, the minority leader is recognized.
May I submit the following amendment? Delete the entire section 3 on lines 10 to 15 on page 1. There's only one page.
Line 10 to line 12.
Lines 10 to 13.
13.
Section lines 10 to 13. Or 12, sorry. Lines
12,
10 to 12. And replace the same with the following.
Okay.
Section 3. The amount of 500 million pesos is hereby appropriated for the capital outlay of the Iloilo City Hospital, which shall be included in the budget of the Department of Health under the General Appropriations Act. The city
Under what?
government,
Under the GAA.
under the General Appropriations
Okay.
General Appropriations Act. The city government of Iloilo shall provide the funding for the operation and maintenance of the ICH. We submit, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the amendments, Mr. President.
Any objections? Hearing none. Amendments adopted. Any other amendment?
Any other amendment?
Please,
Minority floor leader.
No more amendments? All right.
If there are no more amendments, Mr. President, I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10464 containing committee report number 615. I so
Any
move, Mr.
objection? Hearing none. House Bill 10464 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 10254. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
Mr. President, the status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate. No member wish to interpellate the said measure, and so I would move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Bongo. I so move,
Period
Mr.
of
President.
amendments open. Senator Bongo is recognized.
We have no amendments, Mr. President.
Move that we close the period of amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10254 containing committee report number 616. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none. 10254 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 10297. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
Status of the measures that we are in the period of interpellation and debate. Mr. President, no member wish to interpolate the said measure. I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Bongo. I so move.
Senator Bongo is recognized for the period of amendments.
We have no amendments, Mr. President.
Move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any, hearing no objection, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10297. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. 10297 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 9357. I so move, Mr. President.
357. Any objection? Consideration is in order.
President, the status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate. No member wish to interpellate the said measure. I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Bongo. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Bongo is recognized for the period of amendments.
We have no amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Hearing no objection, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 9357.
Any
So moved, Mr.
objection?
President.
Chair hears none. 9357 is approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 8888. Under committee report number 619. And so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
The status of the measure is that we are in a period of interpellation and debate and no member wishes to interpellate. So I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move,
Any
Mr. President.
objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Period of amendment is open. We recognize Senator Bongo for the period of amendments.
We have no amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Period of amendments closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8888. I so move, Mr. President.
Just out of curiosity, what is the title of this local bill that's so lucky with 4H?
This is establishment of a community hospital in the municipality of Don Marcelino, province of Davao Occidental, Mr. President.
Don Marcelino.
Yes, Mr.
I
President.
see. All right.
The 8888 is quite
Mhm.
something.
Yes.
So I move for the previous question, Mr. President.
yes, so the motion is to approve on second
Second
reading.
reading, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. 8888 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measures suspended.
President, I move that we consider House Bill number 8890. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is in order.
Mr. President, the status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate. No member wishes to interpellate. So I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments. I so move.
Period of amendments open.
And we recognize the distinguished
Senator Bongo.
sponsor, Senator Bongo.
We have no amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8890. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none. 8890 is approved on second reading.
President, I move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 8254. I so move, Mr. President.
8254. Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration.
The status of the measure, Mr. President, is that we are in a period of interpellation and debate. No member wishes to interpellate, so I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Bongo. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Bongo is recognized in the period of amendments.
We have no amendments, Mr. President.
Move that we close the period of amendments. I so
Any
move.
objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8254. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. 8254 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 10180. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is in order.
Mr. President, the status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate. No member wishes to interpellate, so I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none.
Move that we
Close.
open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Mr. President.
Period of amendments open. Recognize Senator Bongo.
We have no amendments for this bill, Mr.
Move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments closed.
President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10180. I so move, Mr. President.
10180 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure is suspended. A majority leader, how many more local bills of the same?
President.
You know,
18 more.
there is nothing that prevents us from considering all of them if there are no amendments, you know. So you can name all the numbers or consider it, except the last one daw, no?
Okay.
So 17 of them.
May we know from the distinguished sponsor first, Mr. President, if there are really no... So the last two.
Last
Okay.
last two lang eh. So
Thank
gawin
you.
natin ganito.
Okay.
This is what we practice and so that we can facilitate it, no? There is nothing prevents us from taking it up omnibus for the period for consideration
Okay.
and then close the period of interpolations for all if there are no interpolations and close the period of amendments for all if there are no amendments, but we pass it on second reading one by one.
Yes.
That is the tradition. All right. So may we hear the
Yes, Mr.
16 of
President.
them? Yeah.
I move that we consider House Bill number 7973, House Bill number 10179, House Bill number 10463, House Bill number 9779, House Bill number 10376, House Bill number 10248, House Bill number 10247, House Bill number 10014, House Bill number 7972, House Bill number 8190, House Bill number 8191, House Bill number 8192, House Bill number 8193, House Bill number 8194, House Bill number 8220, House Bill number 9302, House Bill number... That's it.
That's it.
That's it, Mr.
Up to
President.
9302.
Yes, Mr.
8226,
President.
Mr. President, po yung number 13.
9302. Yes, Mr. President.
All
I
right.
so move, Mr. President.
It's all right. Any objection? The enumerated House bills are all considered.
Thank you, Mr. President. The status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation and
All.
debate. for this aforementioned House bills, Mr. President, and no member wished to interpolate, and so I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none. Period of interpellations are closed for the enumerated House bills.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Period of amendments open. Senator Bongo, are there any amendments to any of the amendments of any bills?
We have no amendments on those mentioned bills, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Mr. President. Therefore, I move that we close the period of amendments in this
Enumerated House bills.
enumerated House bills. I so
Any
move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments closed to all.
One by one.
Ito na.
One by
Oh,
one.
One by one. A second.
Mr. President, I move that we pass on second reading House Bill number 7973. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. 7973 is approved on second reading.
So suspend go. Suspend.
Suspend.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10179. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10463. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Second reading approved.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 9779. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. 9779 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10376. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consider passed on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure. So move.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10248. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. 10248 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10247. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10014. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7972. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Suspended.
Move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8190. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration suspended.
I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8191. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none. Approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration suspended.
Move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8192. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration suspended.
Move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8193. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration is suspended.
I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8194. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none. Approved
Move
on
that we
second reading.
suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration is suspended.
Move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8226. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none.
Move that we
approve on second
suspend
reading.
consideration of the measure.
Consideration suspended.
I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 9302. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none. Approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 10242 containing Committee Report number 612. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none. Consideration is in order.
Mr. President, the status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate. No member wishes to interpellate, so I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of interpellation is closed.
President, I move that we open the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Period of amendments open.
Recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Bongo.
Senator Bongo is recognized.
Mr. President, on House Bill number 10242, Governor Celestino Gallares multi-specialty medical complex on page 1, delete section 2, lines 7 to 10 and replace this with the following section 2. The GMMC shall be comprised of the following. Number 1, the Governor Celestino Gallares Memorial Medical Center in Tagbilaran City. And number 2, the Multi-Specialty Medical Center in the municipality of Cortes, province of Bohol. Facilities comprising the ECGMMC shall operate as separate and distinct facilities from each other and shall be headed by their respective medical center chiefs. It's so move, Mr. President.
Yes, just editorial suggestion. Instead of 1 and 2, why don't you use A and B? Kasi number din yung pinanggalingan mo, section 2. So, letter A, the governor, etc., etc., and then number 2, replace it with letter B.
Letter B.
Diba? Style, just style. All right? Is that acceptable?
Yes, accepted, Mr. President.
All right. So, any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Are there any other amendments, Your Honor?
Meron pa.
On the same page, delete the entire section 4, lines 16 to 21, until page 2, lines 1 to 4, then renumber the subsequent sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Adopted.
Any other?
Page 4. Oh, no, page 2.
On page 2, delete the entire section 6, lines 11 to 14, then renumber the subsequent sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
No further committee amendments, Mr. President.
All right.
Mr. President, I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move,
Any
Mr. President.
objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10242. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, 10242 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 8197, contained committee report number 637. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration
The
is
status of the measure, Mr. President, is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate. No member wishes to interpellate the said measure. I move that we close the period of interpellation and
Any
debate.
objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Bongo. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Bongo is recognized for the period of amendments.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, we are not proposing on the amendments contained in the committee report. Instead, I will introduce an individual amendment.
All right, you may proceed.
For the individual amendment, on page 1, line 19, after the article, delete the phrase provincial government of Lanao del Sur and replace it with the Bangsamoro government of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, BARM. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
No further amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move.
Any
Mr. President.
objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8197. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, 8197 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, I move for 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
What's next? Congratulations, Senator Bo. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2522 contained in Committee Report number 644. This
Kopya kayo ng
is
agenda.
an act declaring the second Thursday of January of every year a special working holiday to be known as National Baptist Day. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
The status of the measures that we are in the period of interpellation and debate, no member wishes to interpellate. And so I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Period of amendments open.
Mr. President, I was designated by the principal sponsor to sponsor the measure, and there are no amendments, Mr. President. So I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move,
Any
Mr. President.
objection? Hearing none, period of
Amendments, Mr.
amendment is closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2522. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Bill 2522 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure is suspended. Will you make me a co-author of this measure?
Definitely, Mr. President.
All right, thank you.
And all the members present in the plenary, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider item number 45, Mr. President. We consider Senate Bill number 1834, contained Committee Report number 113. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none.
The status of the measure, Mr. President, is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate. No member wishes to interpellate the said measure. And so I move that we close the period of interpellation and
Any
debate.
objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open period of amendments.
Period of amendments open.
There are no amendments, Mr. President, with this particular measure, and so I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move.
Hearing no objection, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we pass on second reading Senate Bill number 1834, contained Committee Report number 113. I so move. Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none. 1834 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. And before I move that we suspend the consideration of the measure, I'd like to put on record and move, Mr. President, that Senator Pia Cayetano be made as co-author of this particular measure. I so move.
Senator Cayetano has made a co-author.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure. I so move, Mr. President.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, I'm sure the senior citizens of the country would be glad to hear that we are about to consider Senate Bill number 2506, contained in Committee Report number 597. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. In order.
Mr. President, I move that we, the status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate, Mr. President. I moved, and no member wishes to interpellate the said measure. So I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none.
Ito na.
Period of interpellation is closed.
Move that we open the period of amendments. I so move, Mr.
Period of
President.
amendments open.
There are no amendments, Mr. President, so I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2506, containing Committee Report number 597. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Bill 2506 approved on second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and congratulations to Senate President Tito Soto. He's the principal author of this measure. Thank
And
you.
also the minority.
The minority leader,
who is
Mr. President, is waving his hand,
is
Mr. President.
recognized, Senator Frantino.
Yes.
At the risk of being branded as having interest in this bill, I ask that I be included as a co-sponsor with the Senate President. We are both seniors.
Yes, we agree completely. And as a point of disclosure, Senator Drilon and I are disclosing the fact that we are seniors and we will benefit from this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and let me acknowledge also the contributions made by our distinguished colleagues, Senator Rizon Tivero, Senator Nancy Binay, who participated actively in the conduct of the hearing, Mr. President.
Okay.
Mr. President, may we recognize, before we suspend the measure, Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros?
Senator Risa Ontiveros recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Together with our joyful majority leader, acting majority leader right now, chair of and the acting sponsor of this measure, kasama po ni Senate President, my minority leader, and Senator Leila as well, to provide an immediate lifeline to our indigent and most vulnerable lolos and lolas. I will vote yes to Senate Bill 2506. This vote will be accompanied by my strong commitment to file a bill in the next Congress providing for a wider base of recipients by making social pension for our senior citizens universal. And I'm sure that this vision of a wider reach to include
Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Right.
President. Before I move
Did we
for the
suspend?
suspension, Mr. President, I just would like to move that Senator Laila De Lima be made the co-sponsor of this particular
All
measure.
right. Senator De Lima's made co-sponsor of the
Mr.
measure.
President, I move that we suspend consideration of the measure. So move, Mr.
All right.
President.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider item number 43, Senate Bill number 2504, contained in committee report number 584. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is in order.
Mr. President, the status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate. I was told, Mr. President, that some members of the Senate would, because I don't have a list, Mr. President, as to anyone who wish to interpellate the said measure. And so with the permission of the body, I will move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments. I so
Period
move,
of
Mr.
amendments
President.
open.
Mr. President, there are several senators on the floor, Mr. President. Senator Bong Revilla, Mr. President, may he be recognized, Mr. President, as
Senator
one of
Bong
the
Revilla is
sponsors,
recognized.
President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was requested by Senator Angara to read the amendments to Senate Bill 2504. May I continue, Mr. President?
Yes, you may proceed.
On Section 3, designation as the Philippine National Youth Development Program in music. Number 1, on page 1, line 10, after the word artist, insert the word program. I so move, Mr. President.
Again, sorry, page 1,
On page 1, line 10,
line 10.
after the word artist, insert the word program.
Issued for Young Artists Program. What happens to the acronym?
Retain, Mr. President. After the word program.
Re-retain yun. Wala
Opo.
na yun. Aren't you supposed to put the letter P also after that?
No daw po, Mr.
NAMCYA, no need?
No need daw po.
All right, okay. Any
I so move,
objection?
Mr. President.
Hearing none, adopted.
Number 2, on page, on the same page, delete line 12 up to line 14 and line 1 up to 8 of page 2 and replace with the following. To further promote high standards of excellence through its various music competitions and festivals. The program shall, among others, include as its component the celebration of the National Music Week for young artists pursuant to Presidential Proclamation number 1173 series of 1973. I so move, Mr. President.
What are you deleting again? Line 12?
On the same page, Mr. President.
Yes, line 12 up to
Up to line 14
page 2, line 14.
and line 1 up to
Ano?
8 of page 2.
Up to line 8 lang. Pinalitan yung buong ano. Okay, any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On section 4, role and functions. Number 3, on page 2, line 9, delete the title section 4, role and functions. Hence, the entire Section 4 shall be part of Section 3. I so move, Mr. President.
So it is now part of Section 3. And you will be amending perhaps the letters, ano?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right, any objection? Adopted.
Number 4, on the same page, line 10, delete the phrase discharge the following roles and functions and replace it with have the following objectives.
Shall have
The
the following
proviso will
objective.
read as follows. Tama ba?
Go ahead.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. President. Ano yun? The proviso will read as follows. Hanggang doon lang po sa following objectives. Hindi na po kasama yung the proviso will read as follows.
Will you read now?
Okay,
Again?
I'll just repeat it again, Mr. President.
Uh-oh.
Okay, number 4 on the same page, line 10, delete the phrase discharge the following roles and functions and replace it with have the following objectives.
Shall have the following objectives. All right?
Period.
All right. And then,
I so move, Mr. President.
all right. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Number 5 on page 2, line 13, after the word designed, insert the preposition for. The proviso will read as follows. Tama? Okay. Okay, Section 3, designation as the Philippine National Youth Development Program in music. The National Music Competitions for Young Artists Program, NAMSIA, is hereby designated as the Philippine National Youth Development Program for Music to further promote high standards of excellence through its various music competitions and festivals. The program shall, among others, include as its component the celebration of the National National Music Week for Young Artists pursuant to Presidential Proclamation number 1173, series of 1973. Being the Philippine National Youth Development Program in Music, the NAMSIA shall have the following objectives. I so move, Mr. President. May A pa. I'm sorry, Mr. President. A, discover outstanding musical talents through nationwide competitions and festivals designed for young Filipino musicians in all forms, styles, and musical traditions in the country. I so move, Mr. President.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, adopted. You practically deleted, no? You deleted line 12 after the word, no, line 12, all the way to line 8 of page 2.
That's correct, Mr.
And
President.
then you also deleted line 9, section 4, role and functions.
Tama po, Mr. President.
Pinalitan niya yan, At yung binasa mo, yun yung nilagay natin. All right. Any other amendment?
New Section 4, NAMSIA Special Committee. Number
Saan
1, on page 3, line 24, after the word development, insert in new Section 4, which will read as follows. Section 4, NAMSIA Special Committee, in order to carry out the objectives and enforce the entitlements under this act. The Special Committee is hereby formed, composed of the following members. Chairperson of the National Commission on Culture and Arts, NCCA, close in parentheses, as chairperson. Secretary of the Department of Education, DepEd, close in parentheses. Secretary of the Department of Tourism, DOT, close in parentheses. Secretary of Department of Interior and Local Government, DILG, close in parentheses. Secretary of Department of Transportation, DOTR, close in parentheses. Secretary of Department of Information and Communications, Technology, DICT, close in parentheses. Director of the Philippine Information Agency, PIA, close in parentheses. President and General Manager of the Government Service Insurance System, GSIS, close in parentheses. President of the Cultural Center of the Philippines, CCP, close in parentheses. Chairperson and Chief Executive Officer, CEO, close in parentheses, of the National Youth Commission, NYC, close in parentheses. Representatives from the Office of the President, OP, close in parentheses. Representative of the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, PAGCOR, close in parentheses. The President of the NAMCIA Foundation, represented by each president, shall monitor and supervise the daily operations and serve as the secretariat in the planning and implementation of activities of NAMCIA. I so move, Mr. President.
Your Honor, may we know how many members did you read into the,
Ilan ba yan?
what do you call that, the council? Special committee?
How many? 13. 13, Mr. President, members. This is the special committee, no?
Oo.
That's right. Yes, 13
No,
members.
we're
Mr.
just
President.
wondering, we've been trying to cut down the number of members of any council or commissions or committees because they usually don't have a quorum. Ano, lalo na yung mga hindi importante. Like for example, we're talking here of the NAMCIA. What is the business of DOTR? Ano? Anong business ng DOTR
That is the
to
base
sa
of
National
the
Youth?
presidential proclamation,
What?
And
which
the
created
GSIS.
by NAMCIA.
I concur, Senate President. What about PAGCOR? What is the basis of
Oh,
PAGCOR?
pagkor.
Okay, what's your proposal, Mr. President?
I think you should limit it to talaga the essentials lang para hindi
Okay.
para madali rin sila mag-quorum, madali sila mag-meeting. Yung essentials na, yung may kinalaman, National Youth Commission.
Yes, I mean it's suspension, Mr. President.
Yes, session suspended.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. NAMCIA agreed with your recommendation, Your Honor, to trim the membership in the special committee. Can I read it?
Yes, so please,
Okay, thank you, Mr.
so
President.
therefore, we will withdraw the previous
The previous-
proposal and
That's correct, Mr. President.
introduce now the
Okay.
new section 4. Go ahead.
Section 4, NAMCIA Special Committee, in order to carry out the objectives and enforce the entitlements under this act, comma. Special committee is hereby formed and composed of the following members. Chairperson of the National Commission on Culture and Arts, NCCA, close in parentheses, as chairperson. Secretary of the Department of Education, DepEd, close in parentheses. Secretary of the Department of Tourism, DOT, close in parentheses. Secretary of Department of Interior and Local Government, DILG, close in parentheses. Secretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, DICT, close in parentheses. Director of the Philippine Information Agency, PIA, close in parentheses. President of the Cultural Center of the Philippines, CCP, close in parentheses. Chairperson and Chief Executive Officer, CEO of the National Youth Commission, NYC, close in parentheses. President of the NAMCIA Foundation. The NAMCIA Foundation, represented by its president, shall monitor and supervise the daily operations, comma, and serve as the secretariat in the planning and implementation of activities of NAMCIA. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair is none. Adopted.
Section number 5, entitlements. Number 1, on page 3, line 27, delete the phrase the NAMCIA with. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Adopted.
Number 2, on the same page, line 29, after the word space, insert the phrase for the special committee secretariat. The proviso shall now read as follows. A, the Cultural Center of the Philippines, CCP, close in parentheses, shall provide free use of venue and facilities for NAMCIA competitions, comma, festivals, comma, productions, comma, and performances, and office space for the special committee secretariat, provided that the reasonable amount of utilities, again, provided that a reasonable amount for utilities and other direct costs may be charged. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Adopted.
Number 3, on page 3, line 32, replace the words from the with under. The proviso.
Under. Okay.
The proviso will now read as follows. B, the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, NCCA, shall give preference to protect proposals under NAMCIA and provide continuous financial and technical support
Okay.
for its competitions, comma, festivals, comma, scholarship assistance, comma, and research activities, provided that NAMCIA projects proposals shall be subject to proper evaluation pursuant to requirements of the NCCA grants system and subject to availability of funds and existing government auditing rules and regulations. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes. We already adopted. We need not read what they did not amend para to facilitate.
Okay. Yes, Mr.
All right.
President.
Any
Okay.
anything?
On page 4, line 10, delete the words NAMCIA organize, and after the word festivals, insert the phrase under NAMSIA. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Letter C, the Department of Education, tama ba? Where is it? Number 5.
Next yan.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. Number 5 on page 4, line 18, delete the words NAMSIA, organize. I so move, Mr. President.
In all local music competition. All right. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Number 6, on the same page, line 19, after the word festivals, insert the phrase under NAMSIA. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Number 7, on page 4, line 24, after the word NAMSIA, insert the words special committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Special committee. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 4, line 27, after the word NAMSIA, insert the word special committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Number 9, on page 5, delete the entire section 6 and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Number 10, on page 5, line 5, after the word NAMSIA, insert the words special committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Okay, Mr. President, amendment on the titles.
All right.
Okay. An act designating the National Music Competitions for Young Artists Program, NAMSIA, close and parenthesis, as the National Youth Development Program for Music and appropriating funds, therefore. I so move, Mr. President.
You are adding the word program. That's the only thing that you're changing, right? In the title?
Is that correct? We're also removing defining its role and functions, Mr.
Okay.
President. That's it. Mr.
Defining its roles and functions
Yun lang po.
as such.
We're deleting it, Mr. President.
Oo nga, kasama yung as such.
As such, kasama ba?
And appropriating
Yes,
funds,
Mr.
therefore.
President.
I just find it redundant na 2 beses yung gagamitin yung program in the title eh. Designating the National Music Competitions for Young Artists Program as the National Youth Development Program for Music.
Yun daw po
Designating
kasi
the
ang
National
title,
Music
Mr.
Competitions for Young Artists as the National Youth Development Program, NAMSIA, for music.
It's
And appropriating funds, therefore.
according to them, Mr. President, yun daw po kasi ang title, so it's really necessary. So, to repeat the word program. I leave it to you, Mr. President.
Well, no, it's up to you. You're the sponsor,
So-
but I do not agree. I think it's redundant because the National Music Competitions for Young Artists, the NAMSIA, is going to be the National Youth Development Program. So why do we need to use the word program?
Because it's necessary
Any
daw po,
title?
Mr. President, because
Huh?
it's to be clear, Mr. President, we're not pertaining to the foundation, but to the program.
Anyway, I'm sorry, but well, we'll leave it to the sponsor. It's up to you. I will not. I'm just giving my advice.
Okay.
Nevertheless, if you want to push through with that,
Yes, Mr.
any
President.
objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, maraming salamat po. Pinagpawisan.
No more amendments.
No more, Mr. President. No more.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your patience, and I move that we close the period of amendments. I so
Any
move, Mr. President.
objection? Meeting none. Period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2504 containing committee report number 584. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? We are going to approve Senate Bill 2429 on second reading. The presiding officer registers an abstention on the measure. Approval second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Just to explain why, it's because of my college background. So,
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Mr. President. I move that we suspend consideration of the measure. Move to suspend consideration of the measure, Mr. President.
consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, ano? Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 9215 contained in committee report number 517. I so move. Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
Mr. President, the status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate. No member wish to interpellate the said measure, and so I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move. Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the co-sponsor of the measure, Senator Amy Marcos. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Amy Marcos is recognized for the period of amendments.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, for our committee amendments. Mr. President, on page 3, line 20, up to page 4, line 18, we delete the entire section 4, replacing it with a new section 4 to read as follows. Section 4, Blistida Council, BLISTTDA Council. There shall be a Baguio, La Trinidad, Itogon, Sablan, Tuba, and Tublay, BLISTT Council, hereinafter referred to as the Council, which shall serve as the governing board and policy-making body of Blistida. The council shall be composed of the mayors of the city of Baguio and the municipalities of La Trinidad,
Ito.
Itogon, Sablan, Tuba, and Tublay as regular members. The council shall be composed of the following ex officio members. A, the governor of the province of Benguet. B, the congressional representatives of Baguio and Benguet. C, the vice mayors of Baguio City and the municipalities of La Trinidad, Itogon, Sablan, Tuba, and Tublay. D, the duly authorized representatives of the National Economic and Development Authority, NEDA, Department of Transport, DOTR, Department of Public Works and Highways, DPWH, Department of Tourism, DOT, Department of Information and Technology, DICT, Department of Budget and Management, DBM, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, DHSUD, National Commission of Indigenous People, NCIP, Department of Trade and Industry, DTI, Department of Agriculture, DA, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, DENR, Department of Science and Technology, DOST, Commission on Higher Education, CHED, Philippine National Police, PNP, and E, 2 representatives from the private sector to be appointed by the council, provided that ex officio members shall attend meetings of the council as non-voting members except for the governor of the province of Benguet. The council shall be headed by a chairman who shall A, be elected from among the regular members, B, preside over the meetings of the council. In addition to the council members, there shall be an administrator who shall A, be appointed by the President of the Philippines from a list of nominees submitted by the council. B, serve for a term of 6 years. C, continue to hold office at the discretion of the appointing authority. D, be vested with rank, rights, privileges, disqualifications, and prohibitions of a cabinet member. And E, act as the chief executive officer of the Blistida. The administrator and members of the councils, except ex officio members, are entitled to allowances, per diems, in accordance with existing policies, rules, and regulations on the matter. Finally, number 2, to renumber all sections accordingly and subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
baka may habol na Thursday.
I so move,
any,
Mr. President.
yes. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is all for the committee amendments, although we have some individual amendments to follow.
Therefore, I move that we close the period of committee amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Period of meeting amendments open, closed, and
We
you
open
open
the
the period of
individual
individual amendments.
amendments.
Go ahead, Senator
Thank you very
Marcos.
much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, for our individual amendments, Mr. President. On page 1, line 7, before the words Baguio City, insert the word metropolitan. This is an omnibus amendment. I so move, Mr. President.
Omnibus amendments every time the Baguio City is mentioned. Metropolitan Baguio City.
Yes, exactly, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you very much. Secondly, still on page 1, line 8, to delete the acronym BLISTIDA and replace it with BLISTIDA to accomplish the metropolitan. Again, this is an omnibus amendment. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Omnibus amendment. Hearing none, adopted.
On page 3, on the amended section 4, before the word mayors, to insert the words the governor of the province of Benguet and the. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Still on the amended section 4, to delete the words regular members and replace with ex officio voting members. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Still on the amended section 4, second paragraph, first sentence, after the word officio, to insert the word non-voting. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Still on the amended section 4, second paragraph, to delete the words A, the governor of the province of Benguet, B, the congressional representatives of Baguio and Benguet, and renumber the subsections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Still on amended section 4, paragraph 2, last sentence, to delete the phrase which reads,
What line is that?
this is the last sentence of section 4, the second paragraph po.
On page
We are now on,
Page 3.
we are now on page 4. This is line 16 to 18.
Page 4, 16 to 18.
Second paragraph, I'm sorry, provided that, yes.
Oh, what is the proposal again?
Yes, the proposal is that the phrase which reads, provided that ex officio members shall attend meetings of the council as non-voting members, except for the governor of the province of Benguet. I so move. We remove this by virtue of previous individual amendments, sir.
Hindi yun ang kopya namin eh.
Kaya,
Di ba? Hindi yun ang kopya namin dito eh. Page 4, line 16 to 18 is the administrator and the members of the council, except ex officio members, are entitled to allowances and per dimes.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President. I will
Session
clarify
suspended.
which copy
And so you are moving for the adoption of your proposal. Any objection? Chair hears none. Adopted.
Thank you very much. Just to clarify, Mr. President, we will have Section 4 of the proposed measure to read now as follows. Section 4, Emblistida Council, there shall be a Baguio, La Trinidad, Itogon, Sablan, Tuba, and Tublay. Emblist Council, hereinafter referred to as the Council, which shall serve as the governing board and policy-making body of Blistida. The council shall be composed of the governor of the province of Benguet and the mayors of the city of Baguio and the municipalities of La Trinidad, Itogon, Sablan, Tuba, and Tublay as ex officio voting members. The council shall be composed of the following ex officio non-voting members. A, the vice mayors of Baguio City and municipalities of La Trinidad, Itogon, Sablan, Tuba, and Tublay. B, the duly authorized representatives of the NEDA, DOTR, DPWH, DOT, DICT, DBM, DHSUD, NCIP, DTI, DA, DENR, DOST, CHED, PNP, and C, 2 representatives from the private sector to be appointed by the council. The council shall be headed by a chairman who shall A, be elected from among the regular members, and B, preside over the meetings of the council. In addition to the council members, there shall be an administrator who shall A, be appointed by the President of the Philippines from a list of nominees submitted by the council, B, serve for a term of 6 years, C, continue to hold office at the discretion of the appointing authority, D, be vested with the rank, rights, privileges, disqualifications, and prohibitions of a cabinet member, and E, act as the chief executive officer of the Emblistida. The administrator and the members of the councils, except ex officio members, are entitled to allowances and per diems in accordance with existing policies, rules, and regulations on the matter. That is how it will finally read, Mr. President.
All right. All right. So recorded.
Thank you. Fine, and also on page 8, line 25, to insert a new section 12 to read as follows. Section 12, implementing rules and regulations within 90 days from the approval of this act, the Emblist Council shall promulgate the necessary rules and regulations for the implementation of this act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Adopted.
Further, Mr. President, to renumber all sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
So renumbered.
Finally, to change the title of the bill to read as follows. An act creating the Metropolitan Baguio City, La Trinidad, Itogon, Sablan, Tuba, and Tublay Development Authority, Emblistida, defining its powers and functions and providing funds therefore. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Adopted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we close the period of individual amendments. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 9215 contained in the committee report number 517. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none. House Bill 9215 is approved on second reading.
Congratulations to the authors, and move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration
Thank you.
measure suspended.
Mr. President, just some housekeeping, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we approve the journal of the 39th session, Monday, May 23, 2022. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Journals approved.
Mr. President, I'm
Yung nangyari sa Bataan. Bataan, hala. Hmm. Okay. Oh.
Yes, Mr. President, may we put on record some members of the Senate, Senator Cynthia Villar, and this representation to be a co-author, Mr. President, of the previous House Bill 9215, Mr. President.
You mean co-sponsor?
Co-sponsor, Mr.
It's a
President.
House bill, so
Yes, Mr. President.
co-sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Likewise, the presiding officer.
Thank you. Thank you,
All
Mr. President. Mr.
Any-
President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, May 30, 2022. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, May 30, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. President.